Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to second day of the Women, Peace and Security Forum. Great to see you all here again. Yesterday's discussions. If we can just fix my microphone, I think the sound is okay. Now it's yes. Okay, just a second. I think we will change my microphone. I do apologize for this. So many people here from everywhere. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's discussions and panels, and I hope you enjoyed the WPS Forum agenda so far. Now, as we mentioned, this forum is organized in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora of the Republic of Kosovo. I would like now to invite Her Excellency Donika Gervala-Schwarz, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora of the Republic of Kosovo, to open the second day of the Women, Peace and Security Forum. Her Excellency.
Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody got a little bit sleep and rest, and we can start today with fresh energy, which will lead us through this second day of our forum. So, dear participants of this first Women, Peace and Security Conference here in Pristina, dear Madam Uduk Sengebau, Vice President of Palau, dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear Emilia Regepi, Madam Al-Shamsi, Minister of State of the Arab Emirates, dear Ambassador Peralta Cordero, Vice Minister of Costa Rica, Madam van der Belt, Parliamentary State Secretary to the Minister, dear Albulena Hagiu, Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kosovo, Honorary Excellencies, Ambassadors, Honorary Members of Parliaments, distinguished experts from all over the world. When I was visiting the United Nations last week, I had another very good meeting with the permanent representative of the United States, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield. At the beginning of our talk, she was curious about a specific question. She asked me what my relation was to Madeleine Albright, who had a huge impact on her own career and her life. Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield had a good reason asking me, because both of us had been participating just 2 weeks earlier in Washington at a specific event honoring the impressive life and the tremendous impact of the first female Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. I answered that she was one of the most important people for my country, Kosovo, and that if the ambassador would come to visit Kosovo, I would take her to the villages, where she would see for herself how much Madeleine Albright is admired and respected in Kosovo. And I said that if I had to choose one single person out of the many who had helped to end the genocide in Kosovo, Madeleine Albright was the one for me who changed the course of history. Madeleine Albright saved many thousand lives. She was the key for ending a war and genocide. She could do that because of her strategic capacity, her clear stance on values, her personal energy, and her capability to convince people. She was the one to convince the United States and the international community not only to stand by, but to act. She was the most clear-eyed, the most energetic, and the most resolute politician around. She had the right analysis and the consciousness to say that it is enough. She was the one to convince all the president's men and the president himself that the world had to stop what was going on. Examples like the extraordinary Madeleine Albright are the answer to the question if and how women could contribute to peace and security. Her example proves great achievement by great women are not a question of privilege. On the contrary, women still have to be better, have to work harder to succeed. Mobilizing the great potential of women is about equality, and it is about quality, because women bring a different, much-needed quality to the table. Madeleine Albright was clearly better and stronger than many of her colleagues. Because she was different, she could make the difference. That is one reason why we are coming together here in Pristina. Women want and women can make a difference. Madeleine Albright stood for values. She had the courage to stick to them, especially when it was needed. That's what strong women do. They do not duck down, they stick to principles. She had the courage to describe reality as it is and not to ignore the reality. That is a quality which is very much needed today in these difficult times. Because you first have to analyze, you have to recognize reality. That is the key to realistic solutions. Women are often better in this. We've got different skills, and we are not afraid of reality. We know that life can be difficult, in private life as in political life. And we are effective, because we don't waste too much time, because we do not need to impress everybody all the time. We much more prefer to work for good results. In the important area of peace and security, the reality check is even more important. It is essential to carefully analyze all the players and all their intentions, the good and the bad. Avoiding the part of the work means danger to peace. Avoiding to listen, to read and to analyze Putin brought this terrible war. Since the year 2000, people were warning, do not fool yourself with Minsk I or Minsk II or comparable solutions. In fact, the errors of some in Europe constituted the worst strategic error in European politics since the end of World War II. With regard to the risk for security and peace in Europe, we are telling facts again. We are warning again. Like those who warned about Milosevic and Vučić in the 1990s, and those who warned about Putin and his proxies from 1999 on. We urge everybody to really listen. We had 6 terrible wars, even genocide in the Balkans, and dozens of plans. Not developed here, not with us, but in offices far away from here. Madeleine Albright was different. She had that sense. She saw the dangers. And she had the courage to confront others with inconvenient truth and facts. She laid out why and how Milosevic was a direct threat for peace in the Balkans. She was the one who said, he's not part of the solution, he is part of the problem. And Madeleine Albright laid out the necessary step to stop Milosevic, stop him from destroying peace. She was able to do that based on clear analysis and based on courage. The courage to see the world as it is, and the courage to confront others and to call them to action. In times of crisis, the special skills of women are even more necessary. This conference is just another proof for that, and I'm optimistic that we will become even stronger in this. Women will play an even more important role in preserving security and peace. So let me encourage all of us to intensify our exchange and to continue helping each other on the various levels and in the various networks. So let's strengthen the power and the contribution of women, especially for security and peace. That will be good not only for women, but for the future of all of us, women, men, and most of all, our children. Let me conclude with a saying of Mother Teresa, a strong woman, a shining example, a woman, one of us. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow had not yet come. We have only today, so let us begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Donika Gervala-Schwarz, the Deputy Prime Minister of Republic of Kosovo. Okay, now we have a special message delivered to us from Her Excellency Maryam bint Ali bin Nasser Al Misnad, Minister of Social Development and Family of the State of Qatar.
Her Excellency Dr. Fiuza Osmani, President of the Republic of Kosovo, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. I am indeed honored with the invitation of Her Excellency President Osmani to participate in this very important event at a very right time, where the armed conflict breaking out here and there in our globe. The state of Qatar has proved itself as a responsible supporter to eliminate any barriers that prevents the political and economic participation of women. His Highness the Emir of Qatar, when asked what is the vision of the role of women in society, said, "In the eyes of God we are all equal, men and women." Under the leadership of His Highness the Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, we continue to work seriously to unleash opportunities and to increase women's participation in the workforce, knowing that it will promote the economic growth in Qatar and in the world. In Qatar, we strongly believe in the critical importance of alliances and multi-stakeholders funding in implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. In this context, I may proudly draw attention to the efforts of the Qatar's Developing Fund, which prioritized the economic empowerment of women and girls in conflict and recovery situations, funding and designing sustainable programs that is focused on applying local economic models to provide employment and income opportunities to reduce poverty. Finally, it has been said that when there is an armed conflict, it is often more dangerous to be a woman than a soldier. For that reason and other, I am pretty confident that the State of Qatar will continue its commitment to the full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda and work with our valuable partners and colleagues in the Republic of Kosovo to bring changes that will preserve peace and better lives for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We've received, as you can see and hear, messages from all over the world, from strong women, as Her Excellency Donika Gervala-Schwarz said, are crucial for maintaining peace and security in the future. And now I have a message from Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, former President of the Republic of Croatia.
Dear Madam President, dear participants of Women, Peace and Security Forum in Pristina. First of all, I am truly sorry that I could not be with you in person, as this is a most important topic on which I have been working both professionally and personally to advance the role of women in peace, security, stability, and our common well-being. When I look at women in WPS, I distinguish two different aspects. First, looking at women as victims of war, disproportionately affected by conflict, by violence of any kind, who need to be protected, Crimes need to be prevented and sanctions, and we all need to work together in order to recognize that these crimes constitute war crimes and that they need to be punished. Second, a most important aspect of the agenda is women as agents of change. It has been statistically proven that when women are involved in peace processes, they have much more of a chance to succeed. So women have to be peacekeepers, peacemakers, but they also need to be around the decision-making table. They need to participate in the political processes. They need to be part of the decision-making in the reconciliation and the rebuilding processes. The second part is an aspect where we still lack enough will and enough action. We need to work through the United Nations to commit more female peacekeepers. We have to work through our national services to commit more women to peacekeeping operations. And in this respect, Croatia has done a lot through training female police officers to participate in these missions. But we also have to think of women as those who are our international envoys in charge of resolving crises around the world. Unfortunately, due to different reasons, the decision tends to be men at the helm of a peacemaking or a peacekeeping process. However, female contribution is invaluable. Women tend to be more inclusive. They tend to nourish more empathy than men, and then they have more of a chance and more of a role to play involving other marginalized parts of society. Working together between politics, government, between the NGO sector, media, academic sector, etc., is the only way to go forward, creating alliances that will make meaningful change. And also, we must not forget that men, as commonly decision makers in most of the world, have to be involved in this process in order to be able to make real progress. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you successful work of the forum.
Thank you, former President Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, a woman that truly was working on promoting WPS agenda throughout her work. We mentioned a lot about the future and agenda and plans, but I'm glad today, as a woman from this region, as a Bosnian, that the past has been mentioned as well. Thank you, Your Excellency, for mentioning what women in this region endured. We endured even the genocide, and it's quite important, as the former president said as well, that they are part of every peace process and every decision in the future. That's it from me for now, but please do stay with us because we have an excellent panels ahead. Here in this hall, we will continue with the panel on the WPS agenda as an opportunity for gender-sensitive transitional justice, very significant topic. And upstairs in the Verdi room, we will have at the same time a panel on amplifying WPS voices, the role of the media and the civil society organizations in all of this. Thank you. I'll see you a little bit later, and please do stay in the room. We just need a couple of minutes to prepare the stage. Thank you. Ja dođem kasnije.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you who join us today on the panel with experts on the Women, Peace and Security agenda as an opportunity for gender-sensitive transitional justice. Resolution 2467 of the Security Council calls for women's meaningful participation in transitional justice processes, which often do not adequately deal with the multidimensional intersection of gender and justice. This is due to the way women are treated during conflicts and with women's roles and position in societies in general, before, during, and after conflicts, often resulting in women lacking access to justice, remedy, and resources. Too often, potential for more robustly contribute to the process remain underutilized while their suffering is not fully understood or addressed. Hence, ensuring that women are part of transitional justice endeavors is ultimately about achieving prevention, peace building, and reconciliation objectives, and more importantly, tackling the interrelated root causes of conflict. It's my pleasure to introduce our speakers today. Ms. Albullena Agiu, Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kosovo. Ms. Yevhenia Kravchuk, Member of Parliament of Ukraine. Welcome. Ms. Delphine Borion, Ambassador at Large for Human Rights, France. Prosecutor Drita Haidari, Prosecutor for the Special Prosecution Office of the Republic of Kosovo. Ms. Kathleen Roberts, Co-Director of Partners in Justice International. Ms. Emily Kenny, Policy Specialist, Rule of Law and Transitional Justice at UN Women. And Ms. Ferida Rushiti, Director of the Kosovo Center for the Rehabilitation of Torture Survivors. Welcome all, and thank you each for being here. So as some of the panelists will be speaking in Albanian, in case you would need translation, please let the summit staff know and they will provide you. So English is channel 2, Albanian is channel 1, and Serbian is channel 3. Today's discussion will be shaped around a series of questions to the panelists, and we hope that in the end there will be an opportunity for questions from the audience as well. And we will start our discussion with the importance of women's participation. So the first question goes to Ms. Emily Kenny on what is the importance of women's meaningful participation in transitional justice processes.
Thanks so much, Rosafa. It's such a pleasure to be here in Pristina. This is my third visit to Pristina, and it's always such a joy to return. And thank you so much to President Osmani for creating this incredible space for exchange and dialogue. I think we all had a fantastic day yesterday, and I'm in the difficult position of being the first panelist in this incredible panel to continue the conversation today. So, Rosafa, this is a fantastic question. Women's meaningful participation in transitional justice. When we talk about meaningful participation in the Women, Peace and Security agenda, so often we talk about peace processes, maybe peacekeeping, the security sector. But what about women's participation in justice? Here, we so often limit our view to women as victims, and very often to victims specifically of sexual violence. And while that's a very, very important role that women play and way that they can participate in justice processes, it does not represent the full range of ways that women can and do participate and lead in justice. So before I answer your question, Rosie, about why meaningful participation in transitional justice is important, I want to step back for a minute. What is meaningful participation? I think we often use that word without really having a sense of what it is. It's kind of like you know it when you see it, when women are really participating. But I would say that it includes 3 layers of participation. First, women are able to physically be in the room where decisions are being made. Second, women are in the room and they're able to form coalitions, exert their power, share their voice. They're able to speak in the room and not just there to sit in the back and serve tea or coffee. And then third, the women who are in the room speaking their mind are able to exert their influence to change the outcome of a justice process. So this is really the top layer of what it means to have women meaningfully participating, that we're in the room, we're speaking our mind, and we're changing the way that things are working. Okay, so now I wanted to say a little bit about the different ways and types of women that we see participating in justice processes. And I'm very fortunate that I have living examples of everyone else on this panel here are examples of these kind of modalities of women's participation. So first, women are leaders in the political space pushing for justice. Of course, we have President Yayaga and now President Osmani really leading the charge here in Kosovo. We have on the stage the Minister of Justice of Kosovo and our parliamentarian, Ms. Kravchuk from Ukraine as well, which are really living examples of how women in politics are also working toward justice as leaders. Second, we have women leaders within justice institutions. And here we have Prosecutor Haidari sitting at the center of our stage, who is the embodiment of a woman leader with vision, with a feminist vision for justice inside a justice institution. Third, we have our technical experts on transitional justice. And sitting next to me is Kathy, who is an expert on international criminal law and sexual violence. We have Razafa, who is the advisor to the Prime Minister on transitional justice, and I'd also put myself in this category. Then we also have the pivotal role played by civil society organizations in demanding justice, in being watchdogs of justice processes, and providing direct support and services to survivors. And here we have Farida, and we also have Kadira in the audience, who I know also runs an amazing civil society organization that has been at the center of the work on transitional justice here in Kosovo. And then our last category, which is actually our most important category of participation, is survivor leadership. In any justice process, if survivors, their rights, their needs, priorities, perspectives, and their voices are not guiding the way of our justice process, we will not have a successful outcome. You're not going to have an outcome, a justice outcome that is meaningful for survivors if their perspectives are not really at the center of what we're doing. And I would really like to take a moment here to recognize in Kosovo the role played by survivors of conflict-related sexual violence in creating, in really driving the transitional justice process here. So survivors of Kosovo, and I think all of us also got this pin, which really represents the role that survivors play. Okay, so now I've shared with you what is participation, who is participating, and then very quickly, why is it important, the actual question you asked me, Rosie. Okay, so first, women's participation is important because it is a basic human right. Women have a human right to participate in public life that's enshrined in the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms Against Discrimination, the CEDAW Convention, and also the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. This is a human right at the end of the day. Second, when women participate meaningfully, we challenge discriminatory power structures. The fact that we have women in Kosovo leading the justice process sends a message to the men of Kosovo that women are here and we are demanding our rights. Third, when women participate meaningfully, we see that women are agents of change, not just victims. And when women are agents of change in a justice process, the outcomes are more likely to meet the needs of women and girls. Fourth, women's meaningful participation leads to the inclusion of other groups. When we create an inclusive process for women and girls, we also are more likely to see, for example, people with disabilities participating, people from ethnic and religious minority groups participating. So women's participation can really help to facilitate this. And then fifth, the one that we often talk about, is that women's participation improves operational effectiveness. It improves our justice outcomes. And we've been coming back to this over and over again over the course of yesterday and today. More gender equality means more peace and prosperity for all, and also more justice for all. So just to close, UN Women and UNDP have a new publication on this topic, and you guessed it, it's actually called Women's Meaningful Participation in Transitional Justice. And if you search that term online, you'll find 70 pages on this topic if you're interested in reading more. So thanks, Rosie.
Thank you, Emily. The government of Kosovo is currently working on several transitional justice initiatives. Minister Hagiu, why is it important that women participate in these processes and how is their participation being ensured?
Thank you, Rosafa. It is my great honor to be here today with you in this forum that is being held for the first time in Kosovo. And as Rosafa mentioned, I will speak in Albanian. And I have to wait a bit, I think. Më vjen shumë mirë që jemi bashkë në këtë panel të nderuar dhe sigurisht që përshëndes të gjitha përfaqësuesit në këtë panel, por po ashtu edhe përfaqësuesit nga shtetet e tjera të cilat i kemi bashkë me neve në këto dytë të rëndësishme ku po diskutojmë tema të cilat prekin direkt vajzat dhe gratë në vendet tona. Kosova në dekadat e fundit ka kaluar nëpër procese shumë të rëndësishme, të cilat kanë qenë vendimtare për pavarësimin dhe funksionimin e saj si shtet, e cilat sigurisht që nuk do të ishin të mundshme pa angazhimin dhe qëndrueshmërinë, por edhe rezistencën e grave. Edhe në Kosovë, sikurse edhe në vendet e tjera të rajonit, por po ashtu edhe të botës gjatë luftës, gratë u bën subjekti i dhunës fizike seksuale dhe i krimeve të kryera ndaj tyre. Kështu duhet theksuar në veçanti zhdukjen e më të dashurve të tyre, bashkëshortëve të tyre, ku si rezultat përtej dhimbjes e traumës së përjetuar, gratë ballafaqohen me vështirësi të padrejta, stigmatizim me mungesë të përkrahjes e mundësive ekonomike për shkak të strukturave të pabarabarta gjinore. Megjithatë, përkundër të gjitha vështirësive nëpër të cilat kanë kaluar gratë, ato të Kosovës, pra gratë të Kosovës, na kanë dëshmuar në vazhdimsi se sa të forta janë, në mes nesh ka të tilla të cilat gjatë gjithë këtyre më shumë se 2 dekadave, pavarësisht përjetimeve të cilat i kanë pasur gjatë luftës, na kanë treguar në vazhdimsi se sa e rëndësishme është të shikosh nga e ardhmja dhe sa e rëndësishme është të jesh zë i fuqishëm i përjetimeve të së kaluarës së popullit tonë. Ne vetëm nëpërmjet tyre kemi arritur ta kuptojmë ndikimin që ka pasur lufta tek to, tek fëmijët, tek familjet e tyre, në përgjithësi tek gjithë shoqëria, dhe sigurisht që pa guximin e tyre, pa rrëfimet e tyre, ne asnjëherë nuk do t'i kishim kuptuar pasojat e skajshme me cilat janë përballur ato. Andaj, për të kthyer edhe tek pyetja që adresoi Rozafa, në procesin e ballafaqimit me të kaluarën, përfaqësimi i gruas dhe pjesëmarrja e saj është qendrore, pasi që kontributi i grave në Kosovë në gjithë këtë proces ka qenë dhe vazhdon të mbetet i pazëvendësueshëm. E them këtë për shkak se gratë janë ato të cilat kanë gjetur mënyra të ndryshme për të vënë pa ndikimin, po ashtu dhimbjen dhe pasojat që bartin krimet e luftës në të gjitha nivelet. Dhe kanë arritur ta bëjnë këtë duke shfrytzuar çdo mjet e funksion të mundshëm, qoftë aktivizimin, politikën, ashtu sikurse edhe filmin e teatrin. Do të thonë, përmes filmit e teatrit, ato kanë shfaqur dhimbjet që i kanë përjetuar gjatë luftës. Prandaj konsideroj se një qasje gjithëpërfshirëse në adresimin e të kaluarës është e pamundur pa përfaqësimin e gruas dhe pjesëmarrjen e saj aktive, jo vetëm në hartimin e politikave e mekanizmave të duhur për sjelljen e drejtësisë në vend, por edhe në implementimin e tyre, sepse në fakt kjo është pjesa më e rëndësishme, që të gjitha politikat të cilat adresohen nga kuvendi jonë të implementohen si të tilla. Dhe në Ministrinë e Drejtësisë, në të gjitha iniciativat që i kemi ndërmarrë dhe që lidhen me adresimin e krimeve të luftës, 60% e antarëve në grupet punuese janë vajza dhe gra. Dhe më lejoni t'ju njoftoj që unë nuk do të mund të vija në këtë stad të përfundimin, si me thënë, të gjitha dokumentacioneve që lidhen me strategjinë për drejtsinë tranzicionale, me Institutin për krimet e luftës, pa pasur përfshirjen e grave në grupet punuese. Kontributi i tyre ka qenë i jashtëzakonshëm dhe sigurisht që jam falenderuese që na kanë ofruar pikpamje të ndryshme se si duhet të adresohen çështjet që lidhen direkt me mbrojtjen e viktimave të luftës. Pra, Kosova është në prag të finalizimit të strategjisë për drejtsinë tranzicionale, ndonse kritikën këtu e kemi që shumë vonë kemi nisur që të punojmë në këtë drejtim, pra jemi më shumë se 2 dekada pas përfundimit të luftës dhe sigurisht që presim që kjo strategji të përmbyllet sa më shpejt që është e mundshme, për shkak se viktimat duhet të rehabilitohen dhe institucionet duhet të jenë krah tyre për t'i tejkaluar dhimbjet shpirtërore të cilat edhe i kanë. Po ashtu, së fundi, në mbledhjen e fundit të Kuvendit Kosovës, është miratuar Instituti për Dokumentimin e Krimeve të Luftës, ku Kosova po ashtu do ta ketë një institut ku do të dokumentohen krimet e luftës, krimet kundër njerëzimit, po ashtu aktet e gjenocidit që Serbia i ka bërë në Kosovë. Edhe këtu kemi qenë vonë, sepse jemi më shumë se 2 dekada prej përfundimit të luftës, por unë jam e bindur që në momentin kur do të themelohet ky institut dhe në bashkëpunim po ashtu edhe me Prokurinë Speciale, prokurorën e së cilës e kemi sot pranishme dhe jam e bindur që ka gjithçka dhe shumë gjëra për të na thënë, mirë po jam e bindur që këto 2 institucione do të bashkëpunojnë edhe për adresimin e dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës, por jo vetëm, sepse në Kosovë konsiderohet që rreth 20.000 persona kanë qenë të dhunuar seksualisht gjatë luftës, por që pjesa dërmuese e tyre kanë qenë vajza dhe gra. Prandaj instituti po ashtu do t'i ndihmojë Prokurisë Speciale për adresimin e këtyre krimeve. Të nderuar pranishëm, unë e di që nuk kemi shumë kohë për diskutime sepse kohën e kemi të limituar, do ta kem edhe një pyetje tjetër dhe këtu po e ndërpres fjalën dhe ju falenderoj për vëmendjen.
Thank you, Minister. The armed aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine created new challenges for the realization of the rights of the women. International and local organizations raise a number of issues, including sexual violence faced by women and girls. What is the current situation there of women in Ukraine, and how and are their needs being met?
Thank you. I'm really honored to be participating in this panel. I have to apologize in advance because right after I have a very short speech, I have to go and catch the plane because I'm going to Croatia, to Zagreb for Crimean Platform, and then go to Ukraine back. So I totally agree that women have to be at the table developing all the decisions. And to give you just a real practical examples after what we heard, about all the levels, we have about 22% of women in Ukrainian parliaments that are very active in all the topics concerning women's rights. We established a special commission in the parliament regarding the sexual violence during the conflict to make sure that, we collect the best, it's very hard to say the best practices, but at least legal practices that were in other countries, and also the mistakes that other countries made. From my short stay here, I already understand that we did a good thing, that we started collecting evidence very early from the very beginning, also with the help of coroners coming from different countries, but also a lot of things our prosecutors, our police is doing. And basically our police made special units of policemen that were engaged in the crimes of domestic violence to speak with the victims of sexual violence after conflicts. As well, I totally agree that women have to, I mean, not just at the table discussing, but they have to be decision makers. So right now in our government, we have 3 vice prime ministers that are women, and they cover, I think, probably the most important topics. It's actually the Ministry of Reintegration for temporary occupied territories and for displaced people. Also, the Vice Prime Minister who's responsible for European integration, because we're a country that is candidate to enter European Union, and we get a lot of very good practices of European legislation in our legislation, and also this Vice Prime Minister works actually with UN Women and all the UN projects for women. And also it's economic. We need to speak about economics and integration of women in economics, not to be just dependent on some sort of pension or money. They need to be working in private enterprise, the education for girls and women. I mean, we're a country who has the highest rate of higher education in Europe. In our people are very highly qualified. And it doesn't matter. I mean, you're man or woman, you can get a higher education, and it's for free, and to get scholarship. So it's very important. Of course, NGOs, working with NGOs. But another thing that so yet wasn't mentioned, it's also media and interest from journalists. We have here Ukrainian women journalists that stay in Kosovo and on this panel. And I think it should be a pressure from a society and from independent media about transitional justice and gender-based transitional justice. So I'm really sorry I have to leave after I finish, but I would be glad if we could connect and get the contacts, already exchange contacts with some of you, because we as women parliamentarians in Ukraine and women leaders in Ukraine, we want to have as much expertise to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kravchuk. It was an absolute pleasure and honor to have you here. So one of the challenges actually is to keep the spotlight on ongoing violations. So how can we keep the transitional justice agenda alive, Ms. Borgnon, while ensuring survivor-led approach?
Thank you very much. And let me first thank the President of Kosovo and the Kosovo to these wonderful discussions and meeting. I have the pleasure to come back after this is my 3rd time. And the first time I arrived with armed tanks of KFOR on the 12th of June 1999 and stayed with Sergio Vera de Mello, Bernard Kouchner with UNMIK. And then I came back as the first ambassador of France to Kosovo, having the honor to recognize the independence of Kosovo. And now I can see this vibrant city, vibrant civil society, an extremely interesting meeting with wonderful panelists coming from all over the world. And it's so good to see that. And it's really also thanks to the resilience of the women and men of Kosovo, of also their ability to overcome the trauma of the past and really build their country. So it's really a great pleasure. To come back to the issue that you were mentioning on transitional justice, of course, there cannot be a long-lasting peace without justice. And this is why all components of the population must be able to participate in these transitional justice efforts. And ensuring that women are part of these efforts is absolutely indispensable, as it was already mentioned, in order to achieve our prevention, peace building, and reconciliation objectives. And for that, it is crucial to fight against the perpetuation of the perception of women as only victims, because they are, and to guarantee their political rights and the role that they can play in the peace process and following justice. And it's fascinating also to see the place that women have taken here in Kosovo with a Minister of Justice, a President, so many, the Vice Prime Minister. So that also is part of this rebuilding. For ensuring that, it's also of utmost importance to create a safe and enabling environment, online and offline also, for women peace builders, women human rights defenders, gender equality advocates, and female civil society representatives, so that they contribute and carry out their work without fear or any kind of intimidation and violence. And we all know that in so many countries, this unfortunately doesn't happen, and we have to ensure this protection of all those who fight for this justice. Let me tackle a difficult issue, which is the sexual violence also, which is so often used as a weapon of war to punish and terrorize populations. This violence destroys family communities and inflicts sometimes harm over generations. And without this, as you said, survival-centered justice, the effect of the trauma inflicted can sometimes never go away, can be passed from generation to generation. This is why it is so important to fight against impunity. And as the Secretary General pointed out, in almost all settings covered in his report on conflict-related sexual violence published last March, impunity for crimes of conflicts-related sexual violence remains the norm, and the pace of justice remains painfully slow, and that is unbearable. We must be uncompromising with the perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence, which may constitute war crimes, and when committed on a large scale, may constitute, under certain circumstances, crimes against humanity. And this is why also my country, France, is calling on the Security Council to incorporate and apply sexual violence as a designation criterion in UN sanction regimes in a systematic manner, and to use sanctions against perpetrators of these crimes. So on the ground, a survival-centered approach to transitional justice also means to support their access to justice and to services, in particular sexual and reproductive health services. And this is why on the occasion of the Generation Equality Forum, this forum which took place in Mexico, in Paris, in 2021 with UN Women, of course, under the umbrella of UN Women, France made a commitment to a contribution of 400 million in 5 years in favor of sexual reproductive health and rights and women's health, which will support women access to these services that they need in conflict or humanitarian emergency setting. And that dimension is very, very important. It is one of the 6 pillars of the commitments taken in the Generation Equality Forum. And last point, it also means all this tackling of this issue, that sufficient resources are dedicated to give effect to survivors' rights and to have proper legislation and measure to establish gender-sensitive transitional justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barillon. Women and girls face several challenges in their path to access to justice. Prosecutor Haidari, based on your many years' experience of working with women and specifically with survivors of sexual violence, can you tell us what these barriers are and what can we do to overcome them and support the survivors in their seek to justice?
Krimet e luftës në mesin e të cilëve dhuna seksuale gjatë luftës është një barë e cila e ngarkon shoqërinë tonë. Është një çështje që pas luftës se dim që është folë me një dozë turpi, me një dozë pëshpërimi, se çka ka ndodhur në Kosovë. Mirë po, në radhë të parë shoqërisë civile, duhet të them këtë. Dhe institucioneve tona cilat filluan të trajtojnë këto raste, dhuna seksuale gjatë luftës doli nga errësira. Mirë po, ende nuk ekzistojnë statistikat reale për numrin e personave të dhunuar gjatë luftës në Kosovë, dhe akoma para prokurorisë speciale në të cilën unë punoj dhe udhëheqi Departamentin për krimet e luftës, është një sfidë e madhe për zbulimin, regjistrimin dhe hetimin e këtyne krimeve. Ajo që e vështërsoi punën tonë, që na ngadalsoi edhe që mori shumë kohë, ishte fakti që pas luftës neve, prokurorëve vendor, nuk na është lejuar që ti ndjekim këto vepra penale. Kjo punë i është besuar fillimisht UNMIK-ut, pastaj EULEX-it. Kanë bërë shumë pak, fatkeqësisht shumë pak, dhe përkundër mundësive të cilat i kishin si dy misione të fuqishme për sundimin e ligjit, në këtë fushë ka mbet në një numër i madh i lëndëve të mbetura pas përfundimit të misionit e EULEX-it, që janë diku rreth 900 lëndë dhe rreth 2000 dosje për të zhdukurit. Kjo ishte me të vërtet një barë e paparë në prokurorinë e Kosovës, në situatë kur nuk ishim prokuror të mjaftueshëm për me i caktu për procedimin e këtyne rasteve. Mirë po, ju kemi qas këtyne lëndëve me një jo vetëm detyrim ligjor, po edhe obligim njerëzor për t'i ndjekur penalisht kryesit të këtyre veprave penale të tmerrshme. Kemi caktu prioritete në mesin e të cilëve dhuna seksuale gjatë luftës është prioritet. Kemi krijuar mekanizmat për qasjen e viktimave në prokurori, në mënyrë që viktimat e dhunës seksuale të mos ekspozohen, të mos vinë në prokurori për me u intervistu. Këtë gjë e bëjmë në lokalet e OJQ-ve ku ato janë të regjistruara. Aty në ju afrohet ndihma psikosociale, që do thotë gjatë intervistimit është prezent psikologu. Me paraqitjen e parë në gjukat, ato janë të mbrojtura nga një mbrojtës, dhe që është edhe më e rëndësishme, kemi krijuar mekanizmat që të mbrohet identiteti i tyre në mënyrë që të mos ekspozohen stigmës eventuale apo pasojave nga publikimi i identitetit të tyre. Në këto raste, prokuroria i drejtohet gjykatës, kërkon masa mbrojtëse dhe këto viktima pastaj evidentohen, kalojnë në për databazën tonë edhe shkresat tona me emra të koduara, A1, D1 apo e ngjashme. Mirë po, ende nuk jemi të kënaqur me numrin e viktimave të paraqitura, edhe pse më duhet të pranoj që pas marrjes së kompetencave nga prokuroria vendore, që ishte fundi i vitit 2018, është vret një dinamik edhe një paraqitje e shtuar nga ana e viktimave, krahasim me ato 20 vite të mëparshme, tash kemi një lëvizje të dukshme edhe një përparim në këtë drejtim. Fal OJQ-ve cilat i trajtojnë këto raste, unë kam realizuar disa takime me viktimat e dhunës seksuale, ju kam shpjeguar procedurën, ju kam shpjeguar çka mund t'ju garantojmë si prokurori, dhe i kom mëftuar që t'i paraqisin këto raste. Mirë po, ende ekziston një hezitim, ende ekziston një droj që mos po zbulohen, kanë frikë nga pasojat e mundshme që edhe është e kuptueshme. Unë pres që në të ardhmen do t'i kemi ma shumë raportime për dhunë seksuale, sepse këto janë krime cila nuk guxojnë të heshtën. Janë krime më të rënda të mundshme që mund t'i përjetoj një qenie njerëzore. Dhe duhet të raportohen, pa ndonjë pretendim apo pa ndonjë shpresë që për secilin krim do të zbulohet edhe kryesi. Po, është me rëndësi të dokumentohet si krim që është bërë. Identifikimi i kryesve është një sfidë dhe një problem shumë i madh, sepse kanë ardhur ushtar, paramilitar jashtë Kosovës, edhe të panjohur për viktimen. Për ata vendor që i kanë kry këto qytetarë të Kosovës që i kanë kry këto krime, ne kemi arrit me identifiku disa prej tyre, kemi lëshu letërshtime ndërkombëtare. Njani prej tyre është ekstradu nga Mali i Zi, po presim arrestimet e tyre nga Interpoli. Po ashtu kemi filluar me aplikimin e ligjit në mungesë. Ky ligj ka përcaktu disa kritere që marrin pak kohë, janë disa afate cila duhet të respektohen, mirë po pas kalimit të këtyre afateve, si që është shpallja në gazetën zyrtare për 6 muaj, me skadimin e këtij afati mund të pritën akt akuzat e para për dhunën seksuale në luftë, ku do të mbahen gjykime në mungesë. Unë e shfrytëzoj edhe këtë rast për t'i ftuar viktimat e dhunës seksuale që t'i raportojnë këto raste, përmes organizatave në të cilat janë regjistruar. Ato do të më kontaktojnë mua edhe atëherë fillon rrjedha e kësaj procedure cilën e shpjegova.
Faleminderit, Prokurore Hajdari. So we heard some of the ways that our prosecution is working on overcoming the barriers that women face in accessing justice. Ms. Kathy, your organization has been working in supporting women in processes of justice. What are some of the strategies that you've been using in your work?
Thank you for the question, Rosie, and good morning, everyone. Like I think every other speaker here, I want to thank President Osmani for the invitation. I also really want to thank UN Women, without whom Partners in Justice International would not be doing the great work that we get to do here, that we're so privileged to do with these amazing professionals. In particular, I would like to acknowledge UN Women Kosovo, whose work I think could provide a model for other UN Women, Peace and Security interventions. The UN Women Kosovo here has been doing work deeply connected with the survivor communities. Every one of their transitional justice programs is directly responsive to the needs and requests of the survivors and their communities. So I want to thank you and acknowledge that. So to answer your question, Partners in Justice International, or PJI, is a nonprofit organization We believe that victims should have access to justice wherever they live. The majority of victims live in the country where they were attacked, right? So that means justice at home is the priority. We work to support that by working with key actors, so prosecutors, victim representatives, police investigators, civil society organizations, those who are in a position to push justice forward. And we work with them at a peer level, lawyer to lawyer, prosecutor to prosecutor, shoulder to shoulder, inside the cases, working with the many partners that are necessary to see these cases come to fruition, to see the survivors have a chance to get justice. We also only work at the request of our peers. So, well, we do a gender-sensitive work, human rights work, victim-centered work. We don't come with an additional mandate. We come with the mandate that we're offered by the local practitioner. So if Rita says, I need help on this, that's what we're going to help on, right? Okay. So, when I had a very huge privilege, an enormous privilege, early in my work in this country, when I had asked to meet with the 4 registered CSOs that Drita mentioned. I asked to meet with their legal advisors because I wanted to know, how are the survivors thinking about the process now? Where are we at? What's the attitude? And to my grateful heart, these CSOs, these legal advisors, they said, no, you should just talk with the survivors directly. And so, facilitated by UN Women Kosovo, we met with, I believe there were 48 people at that meeting, survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, and we asked them these simple questions. And they talked for, I'm going to say, a couple hours. It was impressive to me. The stories that stuck with me, not their testimonies, because we're asking about the process. There was a woman there who said, I spoke to KFOR. I gave my evidence to UNMIC. I spoke to ULEX. It's almost 20 years. I don't know, where is my case? What's happening with my case? And the truth is, and I'm very sorry to say it, but I have to say it, the international community really let these survivors down. The international community really let Kosovo down when it comes to international justice. I'm sorry, it's the truth. And the theme of my work throughout this time, my work and my colleagues' work, has been that the local professionals here are incredible, and they have made these, you heard what Drita was just saying, what an incredible accomplishment to see the CSOs and the prosecutor's office and the investigators and the victim lawyers, they're all working together now, and they're moving these cases forward. I believe there's more than 50 cases that are moving through the pipeline now. There were 0 when we started. 64 now, apparently 64. I'm so impressed, and I hope that all of Kosovo is really proud of what's happening here. If you can just even for a moment imagine the courage and the strength of these survivors to have told their story again, to bring it to another authority. But you know what they told us at that meeting? They said, you know, of course I'm going to trust my own people, right? Of course we're going to tell them the story. And I think this is really key. Justice at home is the better path. You cannot replace local justice entirely anyway. You can supplement, but you can't replace it with an international mechanism that's very far away, or with a foreign court where you catch a fugitive war criminal. These are important, but they are not the same. Right. So I guess I will just stop to say equity is still a challenge for Kosovo, but the accomplishments are also very real.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So as Kathy mentions, women organizations' role has been strong in the post-war in Kosovo, and they were the first door that was opened actually specifically for survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. Can you tell us throughout these years what were the main challenges and what are the current challenges, and how are the women organizations working in supporting survivors?
Përshëndetje, për faktin që mund të flasë në gjuhën shqipe, po e shfrytëzoj mundësinë, për ndryshe mund të flasë edhe anglisht. Fillimisht dua ta falenderoj presidenten Osmani për mundësinë që na ka dhënë që përmes kësaj platforme zëri i të mbjeturave të dhunës seksuale të dëgjohet karshi gjithë kësaj audience, por duke i pas panel edhe ekspertet vendore, ndërkombëtare, aq më shumë të i pas edhe institucionet e Kosovës. Është e një thënie që thuhet burrat bëjnë luftë, ndërsa gratë ndërtojnë paqen. Mirë po fatkeqësisht në rrethonat pas luftës, vuajtjet e grave, sakrificat e tyre nuk ndihen shumë. Edhe në Kosovë, një vend shumë të vogël, me shumë vuajtje, humbje njerëzore, ende të zhdukun, shkatrime masive, fatkeqësisht zëri i të mbjeturave, rreth 20.000 nga ato të mbjetur të dhunës seksuale, përshpërishin dhe shumë herë flitej me turp për të kaluarën e tyre. Ka qenë një moment i vështirë kur shoqëria kosovare ende nuk arrinte ta tejkalonte atë mendsinë e patriarkatit duke lidhur këtë koncept me nderin dhe familjen. Dhe shumë gra dhe vajza fatkeqësisht për shkak të rrethanave të krijuara në shoqëri nuk arrinin të flisnin apo do të kishin çasin nëpër organizatat jo qeveritare. Pa drejtësisht them që ky krim i vët fajsin viktimave. Në çdo vend botës fajsia i vët kriminalit. Ndërsa në rrethanat tona, po edhe mbar botën fatkeqësisht, pa drejtësisht i dërgohet apo i drejtohet gishti të mbjeturave dhunës seksuale, duke lidhur atë me konceptin e nderit, duke lidhur me turprin dhe duke e diskutuar të kaluarën e saj. Në Kosovë, pas luftës kanë qenë organizatat jo qeveritare, ato të cilat e kanë mbajtur gjallë këtë grup të ndjeshëm shoqëror. Gjallë duke u përpëlitur me to, duke u përbuzur me to, e shumë herë duke edhe i ndarë lot, por edhe gëzimet. Kanë qenë përpjekjet e para që ky grup i ndjeshëm shoqëror, po flasin për gra, po në mes në tyre mos harrojmë që ka edhe burra dhe djem, kanë filluar me moton unë dua të dëgjohem edhe unë kam kontribuar për Kosovën në vitin 2011. E mbaj mend si sot, ishte një slogan që besoj që kumbonte drejt dhe i ftonte institucionet dhe shoqërinë që t'i bashkangjisin zërit të viktimave të mbjeturave dhunës seksuale. Megjithatë, edhe pse kjo kampanjë u realizua edhe u shënu në sheshin Nën Tereza, dhe na atë ditë na përsollën gjitha mediat kosovare në mbrëmje nuk kishte asnjë emision. As edhe një medium kosovar nuk e shfaqi lajm. Ndoshta pse gratë në vete mbantin një parollë edhe unë kam kontribuar për Kosovën. Edhe kjo çësia e i dhënies së një atributi këtyre grave dhe burrave që dhe këta në formatet e vet kanë kontribuar, ishte një farë lloj pengese për patriarkatin kosovar edhe fatkeqësisht na edhe sot i kem dilemat e tona pse ky lajm nuk është bërë lajm. Më vonë ka pësuar protesta, nuk duam lule, duam drejtësi, organizuar nga rjeti i grave të Kosovës. Protestë kjo që më pasaj nxiti edhe debate në Parlamentin e Kosovës dhe krejt më vonë dua ta përmend rezolutën 1325, planin e veprimit, që për herë të parë i ka njoft një dokument i shtetit që ekzistojnë viktimat e dhunës seksuale të luftës. Edhe debati në parlament, pa dyshim që bartë stigmen dhe paragjykimi shoqëror që mbizotron në raport me këtë grup. Po çka mendoj që është si përvojë e mirë për shoqërinë kosovare, është fakti që të mbjetuarit e dhunës seksuale u njohën përmes një ligji që kishte vlerë të madhe për shoqërinë kosovare. Që nga 2006 ekzistonte rregulloria e unikut e cila më pasaj u transferu në ligj, që i njëjtë kategoritë e dala, grupet e dala nga lufta, veterant, invalid, viktimat civile, të zhdukurit. Ndërsa për viktimat e dhunës seksuale Nuk ekzistojnë, ato ishin të padukshëm, realisht ato ishin nanat, ishin vajzat, ishin printet tonë, po shoqëria kosovare nuk e njohti. Kështu që fakti që në vitin 2014 ato njohën ligjërisht, unë mendoj që ka qenë thyrja e parë edhe suksesi i parë për na dhënë hapësirë ne si organizatë dhe si shoqëri, që këto gra dhe vajza dhe burra t'i njohim ligjërisht edhe më pasaj t'ju ofrohet një mbështetje financiare e cila është simbolike për nga natyra, por ka shumë rëndësi se ja validiton të kaluarën. Me jetu 20 vjetë me një plak lufte, edhe mos më të besu në familje, mos më të besu në shoqëri, mos më të besu nga institucionet, fillon mos me besu edhe vetë që e ke përjetu atë krim. Pra ndaj, njohja ligjore nga shteti ishte një farloj validitimi, një farloj healing process, ishte një farloj shërimi dhe një farë drejtësie sociale për këtë grup të ndjeshëm shoqëror. Mbi të gjitha, ky ligj në shoqërinë kosovare quhej ligji për vlerat e luftës. Pra, këto gra dhe burra nuk ishin e pjesa e turpshme e shoqënisë, që duhet të trajtoheshin në për ambjente të mbyllura ose brenda qarkut të familjes. Po, duke u njohur në atë ligj u bën edhe këto vlerë e luftës. Me dashje apo pa dashje, edhe këtu kishin kontribuar, edhe këtu kishin ngritë zërin në formate të ndryshme gjatë luftës. Pastaj kemi qenë, përtej u njoft, do më thënë, viti 2014 ka qenë një vit kthes për Kosovën, por na është dash pastaj edhe 4 vjet me radhë, bashkëpunim me UN Women, me organizatat e grave, me 3 organizatat që disa i kemi prezencë, si që është Qendra për promovimin e drejtave të grave me Selin Drenas, Medika Kosova, Medika Gjakova, Rjeti Grave, komuniteti artistave, mediat, biznisi, bashkësia ndërkombëtare, në mënyrë që ta ndërtojmë një proces të njohjes së kësaj plagë të luftës që do ta trajtonte me dinjitet këtë kategori. Po e them me trajtu me dinjitet për faktin që me shpalos rrëfimin tonë pas 20 vjetë nuk është e lehtë. Prodhon emocion, prodhon efekte psikologjike, aq më shumë kur disa gra dhe burra storjen ende se kishin nda me familjen. Pikrisht në 5 mars të vitit 2018 u filloi punën Komisioni Qeveritar për njohjen dhe verifikimin e dhunës seksuale në Kosovë. Komision ky i përbër nga 9 anëtar, kryesisht femra dhe 3 nga këta 9 vetë eksperta të jashtëm. Dua të them se gjatë ndërtimit të këtij mekanizmi për njohjen e kësaj plagë të luftës, bartës të procesit kanë qenë të mbjeturat e dhunës seksuale. Mua më vjen mirë që Dr. Denis dhe Nadia Murat e kanë promovu së fundi një koncept co-creation. Koncept ky i cili në Kosovë ka filluar që në vitet e 2010-11 më herët. Pra kanë qenë gratë edhe burrat që na kanë tregu se si duhet të trajtohet kjo plagë e luftës. E para duke u futur një ligj ku një gjitha plagët e luftës, e dyta duke ju siguruar konfidencialiteti për faktin që shumë gra dhe burra ende se kanë nda historinë e tyre traumatike me familjarët, e treta duke i licencuar organizatat që tani më punonin vitet të tëra me këtë grup të ndjeshëm dhe për t'i përgatitur ato mu ballafaqu me këtë proces ishte mjaft e nevojshëm dhe mbi të gjitha mundësia për të takuar me antarët e komisionit, por në këtë rast jo me 9 antar, po me 3 antar ku pra edhe nëse ato ishin të pakënaqur me vendimin e komisionit, do ta kishin mundësinë edhe një herë me nda rrëfimin e tyre me antarët e komisionit në mënyrë që të vijen faktet edhe argumentet. Më pastaj është folur gjatë se çfarë duhet të dokumentohet. Mos harrojmë se për krimet e dhunës seksuale jo vetëm në Kosovë, por edhe në botë ka shumë pak praktika. Ky krim ngelet krimi pa dokumentuar ende. Edhe ne në Kosovë në atë kohë na kanë udhëhequr kryesisht praktikat nga Bosnia e Hercegovina, pastaj Kroacia, por edhe vendet e tjera, duke u munduar që ato praktikat e mira të ofrohen, të transferohen në Kosovë, ndërsa praktikat të cilat s'kishin funksionuar thjesht të anashkalohen rrugës. U diskutua gjatë se çfarë të miret për verifikim. E vështirë, pas 20 vjete, plagë lufte, të verifikohet. Si mund të verifikohet? Në atë kohë kanë qenë gratë dhe burrat që e kanë përcaktuar këtë proces. Pra thanë, për të njohur kjo plagë e luftës, ne me veti e bartim vetëm narrativin e luftës. Nuk bartim gjë tjetër. Shumë nga këto gra dhe vajza ndoshta kanë shku te mjeku, ndoshta kanë pas një dëshmitar, ndoshta kanë pas një certifikat shëndetësore, e kanë zhduk nga familja, vetëm që mos të identifikohen në familje. Megjithatë, për shkak kredibilitetit edhe evidencave të mbledhura, ram dakord që pjesë e dokumentimit përveç narrativit të viktimës të jenë edhe dokumentat shëndetësore, dokumentat psikologjike, juridike dhe dokumentat e tjerë. Pa dyshim, kjo në vetvete paraqet një sfidë e cila nga njëherë për gratë të burrat nuk është lehtë mu siguru. Nuk është lehtë mu siguru se në Kosova, si një vend i dalën pas luftës, nuk ka një sistem informativ shëndetësor të mirëmbajtur sa duhet. Shumë herë gratë dhe burrat kur janë vizitu të mjeku në vitin 2003, 2006, 2007, po asun që janë vizitu vetë, nuk i këmbajt të dokumenta. Edhe kjo paraqet një sfidë në vetvete, megjithatë roli i organizatave jo qeveritare ndihmon ato dukshëm që ta tejkalojnë këtë sfidë. Deri tani, sa po flasim, dua të them, Karshi rajonit, edhe po ndina mirë kur po flas, do më thonë që se ky proces në Bosnjë ka fillu në vitin 2006, në Kosovë ka fillu në shkurt të vitit 2018, janë 1500 gra dhe burra që përfitojnë një pension personal, e cili është shumë simbolik, është 230 euro, po është ma i lartë se i veteranëve të luftës. Pra, edhe kjo ka vlerën e vetë, duhet ta kuptojmë. Për te asaj, janë në disa raste që janë duke pritur për me përfitu statusin, mirë po për këto gra që edhe burra që e kanë marrë këtë pension, kjo shumë simbolike e shtetit nënkupton me ta njoftë dhimbjen, me ta njoftë vujtjen, me ta legjitimu të kaluarën. E mbi të gjitha në familje ka pas impakt të madh për faktin që disa nga ato kur e kanë marrë në fillim kanë ble mill për mi tregu familjes që jem gjanje me siguru millin e bukës. Disa i edukojnë fëmijët me atë shumë. Disa nga ato blej medikamente pasi ende kanë vështirësi të ndryshme. Po shumë nga ato, unë mendoj që këtë skeme kanë mirëprit edhe vazhdojnë ta mirëprisin për faktin që tregon se institucionet janë me to edhe janë njohin të kaluarën.
Faleminderit shumë, Zonja Rushiti. So, Ms. Rushiti spoke also on the challenges of the survivors and how the culture of blame often leaves the survivors' needs unmet. What can we do and how do we stop this destructive culture of blaming on survivors?
Thank you very much, and I will also ask to excuse me because I will have to take a plane just after my interventions. But you tackle, of course, a very important question which has already been tackled by previous speakers. Indeed, for understanding all the needs, the medical, psychosocial, economic needs in relation to violence, only a fair and full participation of women in the decision-making can allow that. And so that allows to design what is needed and then to design the response. And for that, it is obvious that we need proper training of all actors for ensuring that this transitional justice is needed. So police force, and I'm so pleased to see also so many police and military forces here because they are absolutely key in the need to understand the needs of the woman and to reply to it, but also medical experts, authorities, and we need also to tackle the harmful social norms that you have also mentioned, that these harmful norms which lead to stigmatization and discrimination of survivors. So there is a need to promote women leadership in these peacemaking, security and rule of law institutions, but also engage with other, like faith-based, traditional community leaders, and the media. And the media is more and more important, and there is another panel on that, because they have an immense role in changing the perception, the stereotypes, and so working with them is key. Changing this vision also requires to start in peacetime. When societies recognize, for example, marital rape, violence against women, and and judge that and punish this violence. It will also help when conflict arrives that these facts are less often and less and can be also prevented. Let me also highlight an issue: the sexual and reproductive health services that are indispensable during and after war. Too often, sexual violence exposes women and girls to pregnancies, and we have to recognize that, and there has been a big debate in the Ukraine war, and they must be able to access abortion services and medical services to heal and recover. And let me mention also this Global Survivor Fund, which was launched by Nobel Prizes Denis Mukwege and Nadia Murad. And the Nobel Prize was precisely given to them for their work to end the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war and armed conflict. So just to resume what I want to say, blame should change side, and fear should change side. And that will allow survivors to become more actors of change. And if you allow me to tackle the last question that you will have, but as I will be away, just to maybe answer now about recommendations for the future, to take a bit of more global view on all these issues, I would say that recommendation would be that more and more countries adopt this feminist diplomacy. France with other, Canada, Sweden has just stepped up, but they are such a lively feminist diplomacy, Germany, Spain, Mexico. And we hope many more will come, because that implies that countries bring the gender dimension in all their foreign policy. But that also implies that look at their own policies, interministerial, and look at gender mainstreaming and gender transformative work in all their internal dimension. And like that, it will be also a way that international relations, the work of all international and regional institutions will be nourished by this feminist diplomacy, so that to ensure that women be given the role they need to play, that violence is punished and then be also combated, and that the woman, peace and security agenda will be followed, completely respected. I thank you very much, and I enjoyed so much this meeting.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and have a safe flight. So within transitional justice processes, specific skills and areas of expertise are needed to ensure that gender considerations, including women's participation, are fully addressed. Ms. Kathy, what are some of these specific areas of expertise and skills that are needed to ensure that gender considerations, including women's participation, but also redress for sexual and gender-based violence, are fully addressed?
Thank you for this question. It is, we could spend a couple of days answering that question. To try to make it short, I know we're running to the end. I will suggest that anyone considering documenting conflict-related sexual violence crimes, take a look first at the Murad Code, which will list many of the necessary elements, many of which were just mentioned. It codifies the best practices and, well, really the ethical minimum standards for conducting this type of work. You can Google it, you'll find it. The Murad Code was published in April of this year. Our work is always responsive to requests, as I mentioned, so it's going to vary from country to country exactly what we are asked. But there are some common themes. For example, often we will be asked, particularly I will say by law enforcement, even law enforcement that identify as women, they'll say, how do we prosecute a case of rape without any evidence, right? And, well, you don't prosecute anything without evidence, but we need to rethink what counts as evidence. When you have mass atrocities, when you have atrocities that are committed against a large number of people, the shape of the law and the shape of the evidence are different. If someone comes into a village, if an army comes into a village and separates the men from the women and rapes the women, for example, that's a common pattern in different countries, you're not going to have a rape kit done at the hospital with all the documentation for each one of those women. It's not going to happen. But that doesn't mean you don't have evidence. First of all, it seems to be a problem endemic, I won't say particularly in Kosovo, but I will say around the world, that we don't tend to believe a woman alone, right? Oh, but she just said that. Well, if someone beats you and you report it, you might believe them. If a man was beaten and a woman was raped, there's no reason to think the woman is less credible. Also, as I said, the structure of international crimes allows us to get corroboration in a lot of different ways than just the ones that you might think about for an isolated, ordinary crime. So as I said, our cases come in different countries have different needs. And just as a couple of quick examples, in Guatemala, the cases that are going to trial right now were mostly or entirely investigated by CSOs and victim lawyers. There is an internal armed conflict unit in Guatemala, and they are swimming upstream in their government. There are occasionally difficult governments with a few shining star individuals who can push against that, and finding the right people to work with is always going to be key. People like Drita, you'd be very lucky to have, right? But there, it's all done by the CSOs. They don't have an investigation unit working on these cases. It was obviously a different situation in Kosovo with all the internationals creating hurdles, unfortunately, right, getting in the way. In Kenya, we have violence that was committed during the elections or right after the elections by the National Police, and there we're working with the Independent Police Oversight Agency, which is a civilian agency, and the prosecutors there. So you see that you have like different combinations are possible. I think the piece that is irreducible, that you cannot dispense with, is going to be obviously the involvement of survivors. And honestly, I will say civil society is really crucial, particularly lawyers who can represent the victims often makes the difference. But I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. So in order to ensure the prosecution and punishment of persons guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity, international action is needed. Prosecutor Haidari, in Kosovo's case and in your work as prosecutor, what is the importance of international legal cooperation?
Në çështjen e krimeve të luftës, bashkëpunimi juridik ndërkombëtar është një element tejet I rëndësishëm, tejet I nevojshëm nga fakti që shumica e madhe e kriminalëve të luftës nuk gjenden në Kosovë. Unë më herët përmenda në atë paraqitjen e parë kronologjin e procedimit të krimeve të luftës në Kosovë dhe përmenda që ende është një numër I vogël I rasteve ku kemi arrit me I sjell kriminal lufte para drejtësisë. E një prej arsyeve kryesore është që ata nuk ndodhen në Kosovë. Prandaj, këtu na nevojitet ndihma edhe përkrahja e bashkësisë ndërkombëtare. Bazë për këtë është fakti që krimet e luftës nuk janë përcaktuar si krime vetëm në kodin penal të Kosovës. Janë krime të cilat janë të përcaktuara në të gjithat legjislacionet të botës civilizuese. Prandaj, krimet e luftës nuk janë dhe nuk duhet të janë çështje e vetëm një vendi, po e tërë njerëzimit. Në këtë kontekst, ne presim që bashkëpunimi juridik ndërkombëtar për çështjen e krimeve të luftës të kryera në Kosovë të ngritet në nivel ndërkombëtar. Dhe është koha e fundit. Kemi humb shumë kohë. Koha nuk punon për ne. Prandaj, lidhur me këtë duhet të vendoset sa më shpejt. Ka kalu shumë kohë prej luftës. Është jashtëzakonisht vështirë edhe me siguru, me grumbullu provat e me i intervistu dëshmitarët për shkak se veç janë moshuar ose kemi raste edhe kur po vdesin. E njëjta gjë ndodh edhe me kryesit të veprave penale. Prandaj presim për krahjen e bashkisë ndërkombëtare në situatë kur arrihet arrestimi i tyre në ndonjë shtet të ekstradohen në Kosovë e jo në Serbi, sepse vendi i kryerjes së këtyre krimeve është Kosova. Po ashtu presim që këtë përkrahje edhe në sigurimin e provave të ndryshme në mënyrë që këto krime të dokumentohen sa më mirë. Si që thash, këto janë veprat penale më të rënda që radhitën në krimet kundër njerëzimit. Edhe nevojitet një bashkëpunim sa më i përfillt për me arrit sjelljen e kriminalëve lufte para drejtësisë. Në të kundërtën, për viktimat e luftës e në veçanti, për viktimat e dhunës seksuale, nuk do të ketë as paqe, as siguri.
Thank you, Prosecutor. So among the most important approaches is a survivor-centered approach, which aims to put the rights of each survivor at the forefront of all actions and ensure that each survivor is treated with dignity and respect. Ms. Kini, how can survivor-centered approach strengthen transitional justice processes?
Thanks, Rosafa. So, like I did with your first question, before I answer it, I'd like to kind of zoom out a little bit on the question, because we've heard a lot of different pieces of survivor-centered approach in the answers to other questions today. So I want to kind of give us an analytical framework for thinking about what this term means, because like women's meaningful participation, survivor-centered approach is a term that's used a lot without people really having a definition at hand. And in fact, UN Security Council Resolution 2467, which was adopted in 2019, specifically calls for a survivor-centered approach to transitional justice, and yet in the UN system, we don't have a definition. So I would like to give you my kind of idea of the three pieces of what a survivor-centered approach is, and then we can talk about how it's essential to improving outcomes. So first, a survivor-centered approach means creating a safe and enabling environment for survivor meaningful participation. So coming back to that participation element. Most often, we do this by providing direct support to survivors and organizations that represent them, like UN Women Kosovo's relationship with Farida's organization here in Kosovo. Kathy described to you her experience of sitting in a room and listening to survivors talk about their needs in relation to criminal justice. This is exactly the first step of a survivor-centered approach. When it comes to the reparations process in Kosovo, UN Women did something very similar, where we brought approximately 70 survivors of sexual violence to the hillsides of Kosovo to sit down and share what they wanted out of the reparations process. And we did something that's a little bit atypical. We didn't just bring these survivors to a ballroom like this and say, tell us what you need. We started with group therapy, massage, there were art activities to really recognize the dignity of these survivors as people, and that we weren't there just to ask them questions about justice needs, but really to recognize them as whole people. So this element of creating that enabling environment for survivors to participate is the first element, I would say, of a survivor-centered approach. Second, a survivor-centered approach means working with duty bearers, the justice institutions in a country, to make sure that they're prepared to deliver justice to survivors in a safe and dignified manner. And I don't have to give you an example because Dritza did that for you earlier. This way of working where the prosecutors are willing to take testimony at an NGO with psychosocial support services there, this is exactly what a survivor-centered approach looks like in working with duty bearers, prosecutors, judges, lawyers, to make sure that they're ready to listen and respect the rights of survivors. Third, a survivor-centered approach means that we're working to address the social conditions that led to women, girls, and men and boys being vulnerable to becoming victims and survivors in the first place. A survivor-centered approach is not just about the survivors of today, but making sure that tomorrow we don't have any survivors to worry about. So there's nothing more powerful in creating social change, changing the social norms, the stigma, than putting survivors at the center of your work and upholding their rights. And over again, we see that when you create space for survivor participation in a justice process, you see social transformation. And here in Kosovo, we are starting to see these small social shifts. Even though there still is enormous stigma, I can say, having come to Kosovo 3 times since 2016, there really is a shift in recognizing that we need to shift the blame from survivors to perpetrators. And the fact that we all have these pins here, again, is recognition that survivors in Kosovo now have a place in society, even if they're not willing to put their hands up and say that they are survivors. So now to answer the question, how does this help improve the way that we do transitional justice? So we see over and over again in UN Women's work around the world that a survivor-centered approach is really the only way to make a sustainable difference and to really address the needs, the justice needs of survivors. And then I just want to kind of tie this up by reminding you all of the outcomes that we've heard about in Kosovo from having taken this survivor-centered approach. In 2016, there were 0 cases of conflict-related sexual violence in the Kosovo court system. And we just heard from Dritza that today, 2022, we have 64 cases. 64 cases. And no one has mentioned yet, but last summer was the first conviction on conflict-related sexual violence in a Kosovar court, which is an incredible achievement, thanks to Dritza. And then second, Farida mentioned the figures on the reparations process. So the reparations process started in only 2018, the commission started, and I had the pleasure of meeting with the commission on, what day is today? On Friday, and they shared this figure of more than 1,700 survivors applying for reparations. So this is really evidence of what happens when you put survivors at the very beginning, front and center of a justice process. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. So on the last sentence, you mentioned the process of recognition of status of survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. Based on your work with survivors, Ms. Rushiti, how has this recognition impacted on the lives of survivors in Kosovo? And how has this process changed also the way that society regards this crime and its survivors?
Fakti që tani më gratë, burrat, po edhe vajzat arrin të njihen ligjërisht nga shteti për vujtjet dhe sakrificat e tyre, unë mendoj që kjo ka qenë ndryshimi shoqëror. Tham edhe një herë që trajtimi në ligjin për vlerat e luftës, që i trajtojnë gjitha grupet e luftës, i ka bërë këto gra që të jenë më të fuqishëm në familje. Po mbi gjitha tani më një numër i tyreve që janë përfituese të skemave sociale, që mbi gjitha pasqyron vujtjen, dhimbjen që shteti ka dashur mjam njoft në të kaluarat tyre. Unë dua të them që shumë nga këto gra tani janë gra aktive. Më vjen mirë të them që disa nga ato përmes kredive kanë arrit me ndërtu shtëpi me atë shumë simbolike që u ka ofruar shteti. Para së gjithës dua të them që dalja e Vasfie Krasniqit në skemë, marrët e Tunës së ndjerë që është prezent, po edhe më pasaj Shurete Tahiri që doli në skenë, mendoj që kanë qenë zë i mira grave dhe burrave të cilët nuk kanë arritur të dalin në skenë publikisht dhe ta ngrisin dorën. tani në diskursi mediatik, publik e politik, viktimat e dhune seksuale janë prezent. Po dhe narrativi luftës si pas qëran ato. Historia e Kosovës nuk mund të shkruhet pa prezencën e grave dhe burrav që kanë vuajtur gjatë luftës. Kështu që edhe pse ka ende shumë më bon kuptimin e adresimit stigmës, rehabilitimit, me punu me transgeneration trauma, një komponent që sa rritëm fare me prek, me qasjen drejtësi që tha prokuroria që është një element shumë i rëndësishëm edhe element që dua ta them që në rastin e Zoran Vukotićit është një gru që veç për informacion e juj që ka deponu ankesën edhe rrëpimin e saj të Ulmiku, më pasaj e ka deponu edhe te Uleksi, një nën që ka qenë shtatzane me 2 fëmijë edhe që i ka humbë 2 si pasoj e dhunimit gjatë luftës. Është dash me punu shumë gjatë me to për mja kriju mozaikun e traumës, se përveç traumës luftës, frustrimet që i kishte përjetuar nga qasën drejtësi, mënoj që e kanë bërë në një pozicion shumë vulnerabel që ka qenë shumë e vështira ajo me marë guximin mu ballafaqu. Unë këtu desha veç më ndërlidh me prokuroren pse rastet nuk hezitojnë që tash. Hezitojnë se me mira nga ato kanë dhonë kër e kanë pas traumën e fres dëshmit e Ulmiku, pasaj te Uleksi. Edhe vetë tortura si e tillë ty ta lëkun besimin. Në qovë se këtë besim s'ta kanë forcu institucionet ndërkombëtare ku ti ke kërku drejtësi, atëherë nuk është e lehtë me kriju këtë farlloj marrëdhënie pasaj me institucionet e Kosovës. Pikërisht për këtë arsye, Shureti Tahiri Sulemani, kur ka dalë publikisht edhe e ka dërgu dosin e saj, ja ka besu prokurorisë së shtetit, ka qenë një farlloj simbolike, mi shty gratë edhe burrat edhe një tregu që këtu janë në institucionet e Kosovës, flitet shqip, pa prezencën e përkthyesve, s'ka bariera që të vinë ato makinat e mëdha ndërkombëtare tek shtëpia, pra munden mu realizu intervistat edhe në prezencë të psikologut, në për organizata ku gratë dhe burrat arrin me pas besueshmërinë e plotë. Jemi me një realitet këtë të ri, që unë menoj që përtej që shoqëria ka lëviz nga i farë macho position, nga ato normat toksike, patriarkale, ku një kohë e një vakt i ka shtyp edhe i ka përbuz këtë gra, tash disa nga këto gra janë ndërmarrëse, kanë qenë edhe deputete, janë lideret organizatave, janë lideret bizniseve të vogla, flasin lirshëm me ministren edhe prokurorin, edhe ju kërkujnë llogaridhënie bile janë të zëshën prezencë kur janë me to. Kështu që jemi me një fazë kur gratë prej atij pozicionit viktimës tash e kanë marrë atë mundësinë e të udhëhequrit vetvetes edhe të qenurit aktive në shoqërinë kosovare. Përteja asaj, praktika e reparacionit administrativ, për faktin që drejtësia ka mungu edhe është mohu një periudhë kohore, ka tregu një praktik të mirë dhe tash po bartet edhe në vende tjera pas konfliktit dhe në konflikt. Për shembull, grupi grave të Yazidi Community prej Irakut, pastaj gratë nga Siria, të mbjetorit e dhune seksuale nga Ukraina, veç po marrin praktikat mira për këtij shtetit kaq të vogël, po që e ka tregu një zemër të madhe e bujare në raport me këtë plagë të luftës. Unë këtë për fund nështë veç nëse më lejohet me fol, dua ta vë në pa theksin e dokumentimit. E përmeni pak kolegja, dokumentimin si pas kodit të Nadia Murat, na vje mirë që Kosova edhe organizatat e Kosovës kanë pas mundësi me dhonë direkt inpute pej praktikës e si ky kod mund të jetë sa më mirë në funksion të viktimave. Dokumentimi është një çështje qendrore. Pse po e them qendrore? Për faktin se ky krim ka meti dokumentu, i pa dokumentu nuk është ndërshku, nuk është bë pjesë e politika publike e legislacionit, nuk ka qenë pjesë e drejtësive tradicionale në përvend ka ndodhur lufta, edhe si rezultat një farforme dhunuesi njëherë i ka dhunu edhe i ka traumatizu, po pastaj shoqëritë e dala pas luftës i kanë dhunu psikologjikisht tu i lënë anash edhe tu mos i trajtu. Na së fundi kishim një konferencë ndërkombëtare ku i patëm prezent edhe të mbjetuarit të dhunës nga Ukraina dhe organizatat jo qeveritare, pastaj ishin nga Kolumbia, ishin nga Bosnia Hercegovina, por edhe nga Serbia, ku vum në parë rëndësinë e dokumentimit. Në Kosovë ka qenë shumë sfiduese numrat, statistikat. Besoj që disa nga jo që jeni prezent ju kujtohet kur në parlament thonin jo po ka mu keq përdor, jo po numri madh, jo po nga dul kjo shifër. Është shumë e rëndësishme dokumentimi i këtyre krimeve dhe ne tani kemi filluar rreth 900 raste veç janë dokumentu, po dua ta adresoj edhe nevojën për dokumentim në vende ku po ndodh aktualisht lufta, për faktin që një dokumentim i bazuar në fakte, një dokumentim ku ju sigurohet konfidencialiteti, siguria, çështja psikosociale e gjitha parimet që janë të përfshira në murat kod, mendoj që do t'ju shërbejnë këtyre shteteve edhe me ndërtu politika, edhe me kërku drejtësi para dhunuesit, po edhe reparacion ai që ka shkaktuar dëmin. Na po flasim për skema reparative të Kosovës, në këtë vend me një buxhet kaq simbolik që e ka, ndërsa dëmi duhet paguhet nga ata që kanë shkaktuar dëmin. Edhe jemi vonë në drejtim, po besoj që Instituti për krime lufte më vonë do të arrijë ta dokumentoj bashkarisht me këtë punën e organizatave që në mënyrë që gratë përtej që ta kenë mbështetjen nga institucionet e vendit, duhet të marrin edhe masa të reparacionit edhe nga vendet të cilat e kanë ushtruar këtë krim, kërkimfalje e gjitha masat të reparative që duhet ju japen viktimave dhunës seksuale. Prandaj, dokumentimi është qëndësor, edhe në atë kohë kur na kemi fillu, kërkush sa ka tregu për dokumentimin, si mjek të ri, kemi dash thjesht mju ofru në çasti psikosociale, nevoja shëndetësore, më vonë edhe ekonomike, mirë po në këtë kohë kur po flasim edhe diskursi ndërkombëtar ka ndryshuar. Dr. Denis është e laureuar me Nobel Peace Prize, që tregon që bota ka një vëmendje të shtuar në raport me këtë krim të heshtur ndër vite, kështu që mendoj që dokumentimi i këtyre krimeve është qëndësor për t'i lëvizur edhe për t'i switch paradigmat shoqërore në raport me krimet e dhunimit në botë. Faleminderit.
So the progress on transitional justice and specifically in the process related to sexual violence is dedicated to the strong survivors that we have in the country. But in general, Kosovo's women have been part of transitional justice processes. So Minister Agiu, how has and also how can the participation of women in transitional justice processes contribute to the justice in country, but also to the efforts to address existing gender inequality? And what do we stand to lose if their rights and their voices and perspectives are not reflected?
Faleminderit Rozafa sërish. Së pari, unë po e përmend edhe njëherë çështjen që apo faktin që Kosova shumë vonë ka nisur që t'i trajtoj seriozisht krimet e luftës, krimet kundër njerëzimit dhe genocidin që Serbia ka bërë në Kosovë. Gjithçka do të ishte më e lehtë, sikur se ato të trajtoheshin menjëherë pas luftës, por si që përmendi edhe prokurorja Hajdari, po ashtu edhe Feridja, misionet që kanë qenë të instaluara në Kosovë, qoftë UNMIK apo EULEX-i, e ka pas mandatin për ta bërë këtë dhe natyrisht unë i bashkohem qëndrimit të prokurorës që ato nuk e kanë bërë punën e tyre për të trajtuar seriozisht këto raste, as UNMIK-u dhe as EULEX-i. Prandaj edhe shumë vonë, pra në 2014 është diskutuar për herë të parë për statusin e personave të dënuar gjatë luftës. Madje më mbjen keq ende sot për diskutimin që ishte bërë në kuvend, stigma e turpi shpërfaqeshin edhe në gjuhën e deputetëve të kuvendit të Republikës së Kosovës, sepse kishte deklarime që ja kanë shtuar pastaj dhimbjen viktimave të dhunës seksuale. Megjithatë, kuvendi e kishte votuar, por pavarësisht që institucionet nuk ishin bërë punën e tyre, unë jam falenderuese shoqërisë civile, sepse falë kontributit që kanë bërë shoqëria civile ndër vite për këtë çështje ne sot mund të flasim edhe për masakrat ku janë bërë, për numrin e masakrave, për numrin e vrasjeve, për djegjet, për dhunimet seksuale. Po të mos ishte pra kontributi shoqërisë civile, ne sot do të ishim komplet në një situatë edhe më të vështirë. Pra, sërish vonë është adresu gjykimi mungesë për krimet e luftës, që përmendi prokurori Hajdari, vonë po ashtu me institutin dhe strategjinë për drejtësinë tranzicionale. Megjithatë, ne asnjëherë nuk mund as të guxojmë të besojmë që nevojat e të mbjetuarave të dhunës seksuale, të drejtat e tyre dhe perspektiva e tyre të mos dëgjohet dhe të mos adresohet. Por mos ndodhë kjo, ne kemi nisë qysh në fillim që të përfshim viktimat, por edhe gratë në këtë proces jashtëzakonisht të rëndësishëm. Dhe unë nuk mund të mjaftohem vetëm me përfshirjen e tyre në këtë fazë, por pas konsultimeve publike do të kemi takime në teren me secilën të mbjetuar. Këto takime do të jenë komplet konfidenciale për të respektuar edhe rrëfimet e tyre, për t'i kuptuar më drejt dhe më sakt sfidat me cilat ballafaqohen dhe çështjet që duhet t'i adresojmë, sepse mos të harrojmë, kur ndodh lufta në secilin vend, ajo prek më së shumti vajzat dhe gratë, sepse para luftës ato kanë qenë më të shtypura se sa djemtë e burrat. Prandaj i prek më shumë vajzat dhe gratë, prandaj problemet me cilat ballafaqohen vajzat dhe gratë janë edhe më të mëdha edhe pas luftës për shkak të diskriminimit dhe pabarazive që i kanë pasur. Pra, është jashtëzakonisht e rëndësishme që të takohemi dhe tani na kemi nisur, domethënë në një organizim që kemi pasur kohë më parë, në një takim që ka zgjatur 2 orë, ne kemi kuptuar gjithçka që se kishim ditur deri në atë kohë. Pra vetëm të i takuar të mbjetuarat e dhunës seksuale, vetëm duke pasur diskutime me to, ne mund t'i adresojmë pastaj nevojat dhe kërkesat që i kanë në strategjinë për drejtsinë tranzicionale. Unë konsideroj që pavarësisht vonjë jemi në rrugë të mbarë, sepse nuk dua të tingëlloj në asnjë mënyrë pesimiste, jemi në një rrugë të mbarë, pavarësisht që jemi vonë, dhe unë uroj që Kosova të jetë pastaj shembull në veprimet që i kanë ndërmarrë për një kohë tash këto të cilat i përmenda në mënyrë që të adresohen sa më drejt dhe sa më sakt krimet e luftës. Faleminderit.
Thank you very much, Minister Hajiu, and in this spirit of optimism, as we're also very past the dedicated time for this panel, allow me to thank you again to all the panelists for your valuable contribution and also to everyone in the room for the attention on this very important topic. Thank you very much.
More people coming into the room as we speak, but I certainly hope so, because we have a very qualified panel here to continue the discussions that started yesterday. I'd first of all like to introduce our panelists. We have Ambassador Nina Nordström, who's also the permanent representative of Finland to the Council of Europe. And Ambassador Nordström has a distinguished career as a Finnish diplomat. You've also served as director of UNICEF in New York. And you've served on the board of UNICEF. You have worked a lot on the committee of parties to the Council of Europe in respect to the so-called Istanbul Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. It's also a great pleasure to welcome Dubravka Simonovic from Croatia. And you have an equally distinguished both diplomatic and academic career. You have served as your country's ambassador to the United Nations and the OSCE. You worked as the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women from 2015 to 2021, and I see you visited 11 countries and examined in detail and elaborated 11 thematic reports on violence against women in these countries. So you certainly have a wealth of understanding and experience. It's an equally great pleasure to welcome Dr. Tania Domi from Columbia University. And you're a faculty member and also an affiliate of the Harriman Institute for Human Rights and International Relations, particularly in respect to Western Balkans. You have direct personal experience from this region, I see, working in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which is also my second home, where I served before coming here. And it's great to have you here on the panel. It also gives me a special pleasure to welcome Dr. Nita Shala, the Deputy Minister of Justice, who I don't think needs much of an introduction here in Pristina. You are a lawyer, you're a scholar. I think since you took over as minister, we've seen a great deal of attention being paid to questions relating to violence against women, domestic violence. You're the national coordinator on domestic violence in Kosovo. And last but not least, we have two representatives for civil society here, which is always an essential counterpart and the part of society that keeps track of what we so-called officials and others are doing. First of all, Luleta Demoli, who is the executive director of the Kosovo Gender Studies Center. I think Luleta also needs no introduction here in Kosovo. You have worked actively for many years on questions related to the rights of women, the history of women in politics. You have worked a lot with the College for Alternative Humanistic Studies here in Pristina, and your work is ongoing on a daily basis. This is very much the case also for Tijana Simic Lavali. Very welcome from Mitrovica, and also from the United States. You're a good example of a successful Kosovo woman who's also had a career in the United States. You work or you have worked for the NGO Women's Rights, Ženska Prava in northern Kosovo. And you have also a wealth of experience as a consultant on a number of different projects. So I think we have here a panel that will cover many aspects. I've been trying to listen to some of the panels since yesterday, and I was just listening to at least the second half of the previous panel, and there's certainly some overlap here, but you will have to bear with us if that is the case. One of the issues I would like us to focus on is the link between the Women, Peace and Security agenda, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which is sort of the overall umbrella for all of us. And I see sometimes references to binding, non-binding legal instruments and so on. As a student, not a public international lawyer, I'm a little bit suspicious of this business of binding and non-binding. There's customary law, there are, of course, treaties and so on. But there are a couple of treaties, international treaties in particular, that are relevant for the WPS agenda. One is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the so-called CEDAW Convention. And Ambassador Simonovic, you have been very much involved in establishing this and following up on this convention. And I think all the panelists are familiar with this, and I see that Tanya Domi was nodding, and so I expect you to comment on this, on this as well. The second convention is a Council of Europe convention, a fairly recent one, the so-called Istanbul Convention, although unfortunately Turkey has recently left this convention, which is sad indeed. This stands for the Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. And I think these two international treaties, together with the Women, Peace and Security agenda, forms a framework that is significant. And it's within that framework that I hope the discussion can take place. Just maybe one word also from the European Union perspective before we kick off as an EU representative here, and having served previously also as an EU representative, head of delegation, EU special representative, both in Pakistan and Bosnia-Herzegovina and now in Kosovo. Gender issues in general is very high, as you know, on the EU agenda. We can always do more. We have a so-called gender action plan now. I think it's the third one. But I want to highlight that within that particular EU framework, a lot of work is done. Many projects are launched. But the main objective, I believe, should be for all of us to mainstream these issues. I look forward to the day when we can have these discussions in a broad human rights context, because what we're really talking about are fundamental rights and equality before the law, and that the law applies equally. We just heard about the question of rape cases in wartime. Rape happens in wartime, it also happens in peacetime, and that's part of the subject here. And if you have, war is essentially, in my opinion, a breakdown of rule of law when people take the law in their own hands. We all see the consequences as we speak. In Ukraine, we heard a lot about this yesterday, and those are consequences that will live on for probably at least another generation or two in that country, in that region, just as it's still living on, and we heard that also quite vividly from the previous panel when it comes to the wars that tore asunder the Western Balkans and former Yugoslavia in the 1990s. But I would now like to give the floor back, first of all, to Ambassador Nordström, or Dr. Nordström. I'm not sure whether to call you both, but you can, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lars Gunnar, and thank you above all to President Osmani for the invitation to this event. It has been a very stimulating conversation so far since yesterday, and I hope that Kosovo will continue to organize this event in coming years as well. I will speak to you very briefly about the so-called Istanbul Convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence, a very important Council of Europe convention in this context of women, peace and security that we are discussing. But before I do so, let me start by congratulating our hosts, Kosovo, for having included the provisions of this convention into your constitution. Many other high Council of Europe standards have also been included in legislation in Kosovo, and that is really an inspiration for many other countries, I believe. At the same time, let me hope that one day in not too distant a future, Kosovo can also be a member of the Council of Europe, so that all Kosovars will be able to fully benefit from the European Convention on Human Rights and the European Court of Human Rights. Now, as you all know, the so-called Istanbul Convention it applies both at time of peace and during armed conflict. So indeed it's relevant to our discussion on women, peace and security. It sets the highest legal standard in the world on issues related to violence against women. And and I know you know this, but I will still say it rests on 4 pillars. So the pillars of prevention, on protection, on prosecution, and on coordinated policies. Those 4 things, and the kinds of violence that it covers is quite broad. So we see everything from stalking to rape, to forced abortions, even economic violence. And importantly, the whole convention is based on human rights. It's a human rights convention, and it is also very much a convention which deals with gender equality. But let me say first something on the political setting where this convention is at the moment, and then on the benefits that we can see that we have evidence for so far. First of all, politically, we are in a situation where the Istanbul Convention now has 37 countries, member states, who have ratified the convention. It was already mentioned that it has seen some setbacks as well. One very important member state to the Council of Europe, that is Turkey, withdrew, which was a disappointment. But at the same time, we have seen in the last 2 years or so also a great deal of interest in this convention, and we have seen new countries come along and ratify it. So very recently we have seen Liechtenstein, Moldova, Ukraine, and the UK ratify the convention. And of course, that's all very good news. And I think that it cannot be overstated how important it is that Ukraine ratified the convention. And certainly it should be an important task to all of us now to help out generally in Ukraine, but also on this issue of preventing violence against women and helping authorities there to work on this topic. So politically speaking, we are in need of more ratifications to this convention. The good news is that it's open to all governments. So it's open also to governments that are not members of the Council of Europe. So in that sense, it can have a worldwide range, and we are seeing interest from a number of governments. So that's very good. Secondly, a few words about the impact that we can see, positive impact, that is, of the Istanbul Convention. It's 11 years or so since the opening for signatures of this convention, and during this time, the monitoring system, led by an expert body that we often refer to as Grevio, but also the states parties themselves, have been able to amass quite a good body of evidence around it. And we know now that the convention delivers, that it functions in practice, and we know what gaps there are in the member states, and we know that the convention creates change. So a few examples, if I may. First of all, we know that in those states where the Istanbul Convention has been implemented, we can see real change, real improvement in specialist support services. For instance, in relation to victims of sexual violence, we now know that many countries are able to offer more medical support, they're able to offer forensic examinations, the storage of DNA, counseling, and other issues that are required under the convention. And we know that this has made a difference. Certainly in my own country, Finland, a country, by the way, which has had a real challenge with violence against women. More services are there now, and has been very welcome. Portugal, Belgium, Turkey, there are many countries who have managed to improve. Also, we have seen an increase in telephone helplines for victims, something very practical, and as you can imagine, real lifelines for women in terms of finding support and information. And some countries, including my own, have also been able to put in chat lines, which is, of course, a way for victims to be able to communicate silently without anyone knowing that they're doing so. Other examples come more from the realm of legislative and policy changes. And here, what we have been able to see is real improvements in legislation, so that we have countries who have brought in more forms of violence into their legislation, or others who have lifted the standards in their legislation. And those changes are evidence, I would like to say, of the transformative character, the transformative momentum that joining this convention can have. A few examples there would be on sexual violence and rape, where the offense of sexual violence based on the lack of freely given consent has been brought in to legislation in many countries, happening in my own. It's a long list of countries who have been able to expand on the consent issue. On forced marriage, we see a number of member states that have been able to establish autonomous criminal offenses, both on the conduct of forcing someone to get married, but also on luring somebody to go abroad to get married. And finally, on stalking, we can see that there are a number of member states that have been able to bring in the idea of stalking as a genuine crime in and of itself. So let me stop here just by saying that the Istanbul Convention is indeed, it's a legally binding instrument, which is important also from a women, peace and security point of view. We can put more flesh on the bones, as it were, of the WPS agenda by bringing in legally binding standards. And it functions. It delivers. It saves lives of women. It saves lives of children. It takes whole families out of very difficult situations. So, very pleased to be able to be on this panel and talk about the Istanbul Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Ambassador Nordström. And maybe we could move on and also consider the CEDAW Convention right away, which is the other sort of major leg here concerning discrimination of women in general. And Ambassador Simonovic, would you like to comment on this?
I can do it. Thank you. Let me start first by thanking the President of Kosovo, Vjosa Osmani Sadiku, for inviting me to participate in this panel, and also for her idea to put this forum into regular gatherings, regular event, because we would need events to exchange good practices, to think about prescriptions, as she stated in her statement, in order to proceed with the agenda that we are addressing. And in this panel, it was rightfully pointed out, we are looking at connections between Security Council Resolution 1325 and other human rights instruments addressing women's rights. Let me also state that I was a member of CEDAW committee for 12 years, and I was United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, its causes and consequences for 6 years, from 2015 to 2021. And at that period of time, I have seen that it is very important to have a voice. I had a voice. I have addressed Security Council, I have addressed General Assembly, I have addressed Human Rights Council, Commission on the Status of Women, but what I have also seen is that voice is not enough. I have put forward recommendations, I have put forward reports, but they were not followed up. So in addition to voice, we need to come together, we need to join forces, and we need to find the right recommendations to proceed with implementation of all those instruments that we have developed. Let me briefly mention that when Security Council Resolution 1325 was adopted in the year 2000, at that time I was sitting in Chamber of Security Council observing the whole process. And this was seen as a big step in the right direction because it was building on the progress achieved at the Beijing Women's Conference, adoption of the Beijing Platform for Action, and we have mentioned late Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. She was also a very important force behind the adoption of the Beijing Platform for Action and recognition of women's rights as human rights. After Beijing, we also had review of the Beijing in 2000, and we have adopted the outcome document with the idea that we need implementation tools because Beijing Platform of Action didn't have time-bound targets, what should be achieved in which period of time. So when Security Council resolution was adopted, at that time we had full review of the Beijing Platform for Action, what was very important. So Security Council resolution was important step for area of women, peace and security that forever changed mandate of Security Council with inclusion of women in the whole agenda, women as actors of change, women as victims of sexual violence. But it is also very important to see that in that resolution, 1325, founding mothers and fathers of that resolutions already reflected on connections between that resolution and other human rights instruments. There is a clear reference in the preambular part to the Beijing Platform for Action and outcome document after 5 years review. And in the resolution, there is a clear reference in Article 9 to other human rights instruments, including CEDAW Convention, UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. And now let me switch to my work in the CEDAW Committee. I was in the CEDAW Committee in 2013 when CEDAW Committee adopted its general recommendation on women, peace and security that addressed this relationship between Security Council Resolution 1325 and CEDAW Convention as a big UN instrument addressing all areas of life related to discrimination against women and violence against women. And it was clearly pointed by CEDAW Committee that jointly with implementation of Security Council resolution, states and state parties to CEDAW should take into consideration bigger framework of the CEDAW Convention because all areas covered by 1325 are also covered by CEDAW Convention. And we really need to connect Beijing Platform for Action that is also having part on women, peace and security, CEDAW that is addressing situations of women in a conflict situation, and also now Istanbul Convention. They are both applicable in a situation of conflict with 1325 in order to have results. And today the main problem is lack of implementation of all those instruments. We are seeing lack of implementation of Security Council Resolution 1325. We are seeing lack of implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action because after the first full review of that platform, we didn't have any World Women's Conference. It was stopped after Beijing because it was always a fear that we will go backwards, that we will reopen Beijing and that we will not have the same level of consensus. And I think that this was wrong. I think that we need women's conferences, we need implementation-oriented women's conferences, we need to connect those agendas, we need to see that they are complementary and that they will, only if we work on all of them, go in directions of giving us clear results. Yesterday it was pointed out that at the UN it was assessed that women's rights are going backwards. And it was stated that we will need, that we are going back with respect to specific areas in those predicted areas like political participation of women that we are going backward for. It was at the UN, it was stated 50 years. Here it was stated 200 years. In some other areas it is a longer period of time, but it is not only connected to COVID backlash, it is not only connected to climate change and increase of conflicts like conflict in Ukraine, it is also connected with lack of implementation, because we are not really having implementation tool, implementation strategies, good data in order to observe what we are doing wrong, how we are going to improve implementation of 1325 and CEDAW Convention, Istanbul Convention, other regional treaties in a manner that is really addressing synergies between them. Because if we are, for example, saying political participation of women is addressed by CEDAW Convention, and participation of women at the peace table is addressed by Security Council Resolution 1325. How can we expect progress in implementation of 1325 if we do not have progress at the level of increased political participation at the world level? And currently we are seeing that we are also lagging behind in terms of different predictions. And if I have time just to mention, during my period as Special Rapporteur on violence against women, I have exactly focused on implementation tool and implementation strategies. So I have produced my last thematic report on rape as a human rights violation, as a war crime, as a violation of international criminal and humanitarian law, and I have also produced a model law on prosecution of rape. In that model law, I have combined the current standards based on all those instruments, also looking at Istanbul Convention, CEDAW Convention, General Recommendation 35, but also International Criminal Court Statute and others, in order to send a clear message that legislation around the world on rape is not, in general, in line with international standards. And it's not only definition, there are many other parts of laws that are not in line. For example, statute of limitation is not in line with international standards. And here, just to mention, when I have visited, for example, Nepal and discussed implementation of 1325, I have seen that in their criminal law they had statute of limitation only 1 year for reporting rape and prosecution of rape. For all crimes, those that happened during the conflict and those that happened in a peace situation. And this is precluding women to coming forward. This is precluding prosecution of rape. So in legislation around the world, in those different parts of legislation, we need to fix all those gaps that are not in line with international law. And finally, I have also called for establishment of a femicide watch or national bodies for prevention of femicide. I have started to use term femicide, but I have also used all gender-related killings of women, because some states are not using term femicide. But when you give them possibility to decide, then suddenly they are switching to femicide, because it's shorter and it's really showing that we need to pull from homicides all those gender-related killings of women that should be addressed differently as a part of gender-based violence against women. And I have suggested that we need to have comparable data at regional level and at the UN level, and also we have to have national bodies that will look into cases in order to see what are shortcomings, to recommend changes that are needed to prevent such cases, to prevent preventable deaths of women. And I'm seeing in this region that countries are following up also in other parts of the world, because as a special rapporteur, I have called them to send data about establishment of such bodies. And this idea was picked up by non-governmental organizations, by ombudspersons, and by some governments. So, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, government has established a body for implementation of Istanbul Convention and for femicide. And in Croatia, ombudsperson established a body to observe femicide that is called Femicide Watch. And here for Western Balkan region, I have just received reports from different non-governmental organizations on femicides. However, it is a long way in front of us, because we need to have a model of how to have comparable data that is really showing that in this area of, for example, intimate partner killings, when we have killings between ex-husband and wives or current husband and wives or dating persons, we are seeing that among all victims of such killings, what is context of domestic violence, from 80 to 90% of victims, we are seeing women. So those are areas that we need to focus on in order to see what are those preventive measures that should be used. And it is all happening also in war, because we are having femicides in war, gender-related killings of women, in which we are not having this perpetrator-victim relationship, but we are having gender-motivated killings, and those should also be followed up, and we also need to have good data in order to have a good picture of what is going on and focus on prevention. I will stop here, and maybe later on we can address other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Simonovic, and I think you really touched upon a broad range of issues here, but I'd just like to move on and give the floor to Professor Domi, yeah. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Osmani for this gathering in the Balkans. I've been working in this region almost 31 years, and I told her last night, I have never seen such a forum held at a more fortuitous moment in the world, because I am going to be a bit of a Debbie Downer at this time and say that at this moment in the world, the fate of women globally are at a heightened state of oppression and terror throughout the world that is being led increasingly in illiberal governance, in many instances by autocratic leaders who seek to target women's bodies, jeopardizing their bodily integrity and autonomy at an unprecedented scale. We can look at Hungary as a good example in Europe, where they have banned the use of the word gender. They have banned gender studies. As a matter of fact, in 2017, Mr. Orban forced the Central European University to move to Vienna because of their gender studies. I would also add that there's a growing feature of this domestic oppression that also there is a wave of terror against women, and the second group of women in jeopardy are LGBTQ. And we're seeing that even in Europe, in Poland. For example, the first line of attack was on women's access to reproductive health, health care, and secondly, an annexation in parts of Poland as large as Hungary, where LGBTQ people were literally banned. This is in the heart of Europe, and I would say that one of my biggest concerns, and I appreciate this discussion on CEDAW, it's a deliberative process. It goes through a review. Every country goes through it, but it doesn't prevent atrocities. It responds to them, perhaps. And one of the things that I see a gap in the human rights dimension is atrocity prevention. And I bring this up at this time because of the terror that's being inflicted. In my own country, the United States of America, is no exception to this example, where you all have, many of you that are aware, many people here in Kosovo pay close attention to America, the recent Supreme Court decision revoking access to reproductive health care is shocking. It is shocking, and it's on the ballot. We have elections on November 8th, and this has done incredible harm immediately because there were a number of states that adopted what was called they're basically trigger laws that when the court made the decision to revoke Roe, that was the case Roe, that a state could trigger their own law that would also kick in. And more than 25 states passed laws automatically banning abortion to one extent or another. It is causing chaos, and there is a great deal of confusion about what doctors can do or not do, and what women can access or not. There is even efforts to go to the extent to ban travel between states to come to my state, New York State, which is a pro-choice state. There are efforts underway to ban travel. This is unprecedented. So I would also add, given the scope of this panel, it also includes war. And what I want to say about that is that we all know about the horrific war that's ongoing in Ukraine. I've written considerably about it. The targeting of women's bodies is not an exception, and everyone in this room that lives in this country, or if you are from Bosnia and Herzegovina, you understand mass rape as a tool of war. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later. But what I want to say is a lot of the domestic oppression that's happening right now is in China. In China, the Uyghur Muslim women, according to reports that we have gotten and obtained by people who have escaped, is that they're being put into rape camps. And this is actually a form of not only horrible brutality, but last year the Biden administration did declare that the efforts directed at the Muslim Uyghurs is indeed violations of the Genocide Convention. The Chinese government is so opaque that we really don't have any idea what is going on. I'm sure U.S. intelligence probably has satellite photography of these camps, but this is really a horrific situation. And then I might add, even though it's not a war, it's definitely a war on women's bodies. Afghanistan is a heartbreak. The Taliban are beating and starving people. It is a man-made constructed famine constructed by the Taliban. Tender-aged children are probably likely to die from malnutrition. This is shocking, and I consider it to be an incredible tragedy. Let me just also add that we know that women, how they dress, what they wear on their head or not on their head, how they appear to the world has become a target. In India, Muslim women are being subjected to having their hijabs pulled off of their heads violently on the street. And we all know that we have seen the videos of what is happening in Iran. It is absolutely chilling to see these videos of the culture police dragging women into police cars, being taken to locations unknown to their loved ones, is nothing less than not only chilling, but it includes also extrajudicial killings and murder, which kicked off the protests. We will see what will happen, but I think it's going to be very difficult for those people to survive this regime, and I hope the force is with them. Again, this is such a tragedy. And then I want to also just point out one more war that is being characterized by gang rape in Ethiopia. 7 warring parties that has been ongoing for almost 3 years. and this includes mass rapes of women and girls. So this is why I care about CEDAW, and I really am, I'm also inspired by the advances of the Istanbul Convention. Credit to Kosovo for adopting that language into their domestic law. But at the same time, I remain really, really concerned when we review the wars of aggression that have taken place in the last 30 years that were ethnic-based. What we have is a feature of targeting people's bodies with rape, including men and boys. And we now have documentation on the war in Ukraine that men and boys, and in particular, which is so brutal, the raping of children. We haven't really mentioned human trafficking, but when you're in a war situation, human trafficking is a dynamic that I'm concerned about, because you get refugees and migrant flows, and you have people who are very vulnerable that are undocumented, and this is a very challenging situation. And you know, IOM has only so many resources, but I remain concerned about those people being vulnerable to human trafficking. I would say that this is a phenomenon that everybody in Europe, we know about it. We know about it in the United States. I'm worried about in the United States at the southern border what's happening to children. But I would also add that because this panel is about domestic as well as war, I just want to say that the mass rapes that took place in Bosnia, 50,000, and in Kosovo, 20,000 estimated, cast a long shadow over this region. And I am really gratified to hear about the 64 cases that are now being prosecuted here. But I would also say that when you have that kind of phenomenon that takes place, the stigma we are all aware of, we're very fully aware of, the silencing of victims, that also yields to a domestic culture that can actually be quite violent. And so sexual, gender-based violence in a domestic setting is a concern, and I would add that most recently there was such a rape here of an 11-year-old girl who had been trafficked. This is heartbreaking, but I give credit to the National Action Plan that Kosovo has set up to prevent domestic violence. But there's also, I want to mention another treaty. It's not a treaty, but it's a protocol, and that was the Nairobi Protocol in 2007, calling for domestic reparations for sexual, gender-based violence. And I think that the Belfast Queen's College, which is named, the law school is named after one of my heroes, Hillary Clinton, they have put out a paper during the pandemic in 2020 really supporting reparations. And I think we've been seeing more of that in the United States as an outcome of the Violence Against Women Act 1 and 2 that President Biden personally led in the Senate. But I would say that reparations for women and a continuum of care for domestic victims, a continuum of care for those who have conflict-related sexual violence survivor because of dignity and respect, but the reality that many of these survivors have trauma, mental, and they have some chronic medical outcomes because of the trauma on their bodies. So just so you know, it's not in my bio, but I was a military police officer, and I worked as a sexual violence advisor when I was based in Honolulu, Hawaii, because the Army at that time didn't have forensic capability, and we had too much turnover in our healthcare facility there. And so I became a trained counselor, and I can tell you that my first survivor was 12 years old. I will never forget it. And this is where, as a former police officer myself, that there has to be a transformation in education of our police forces and how to interview victims, and our judges, our prosecutors, the court system, the advocates. These are just some of my thoughts, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Domi. I was just about to interrupt you actually and say that you were going over time when you added that personal comment about being, if I understood, military police or a police officer in the past. And so you have a real-life experience. And we have many police officers here from the Kosovo police, mostly women, which is very, very good to see.
I'm noticing them and admiring them for being here. Thank you.
And you also mentioned the word forensics, but I will come back to that in my observation. Now it's a great pleasure to give the floor to Minister Shala. Please.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here today and participate in this forum of great importance hosted by our President Osmani, to whom we are all very grateful. It is truly an honor as well to be part of this panel and engage in the important and timely discussions on women, peace, and security in these fragile and insecure times for women globally. Women suffer disproportionate burden by wars, particularly with regards to violence against them. And this unbalanced burden continues in periods of transition to peacetime and remains a constant event even after having passed through in the peaceful system. Serving as National Coordinator against domestic violence for the last 18 months, I think it is of value to provide an institutional perspective on interventions on preventing and addressing violence against women in Kosovo and the challenges ahead in relation to this essential public policy goal in our country. Before getting there, it is necessary to acknowledge the work undertaken in dealing with the past and transitional justice. By moving forward processes such as the establishment of the institute that shall document crimes committed during the last war in Kosovo, the drafting of the National Strategy on Transitional Justice, and the work undertaken, but yet a lot more that lies ahead in ensuring justice for all victims of grave violations of human rights, as well as women victims of sexual violence in conflict. Now, it is a well-documented phenomenon that post-conflict communities experience higher rates of domestic violence. Research points to a myriad of reasons for this phenomenon. One explanation is that it takes a while until legislation criminalizing domestic violence is developed. In our case, domestic violence was criminalized in a comprehensive way, recognizing physical, sexual, psychological, and economic violence only in the revised criminal code in 2019. We continue revising our criminal code even today, and an initiative by the Ministry of Justice has just been approved in government a couple of days ago. Again, in terms of revisiting the criminal code with the idea of criminalizing additional actions in order to guarantee further protection for women. As such, I'd like to point out to one of them, specifically the violence against women in politics. It's a discussion that is not as current in Europe, but there's a lot of work being done in Latin America, and we're actually emulating from that practice. On the other hand, we're also using the criminal code to harshen sanction as a way maybe to also raise awareness and raise a general public feeling against any form of violence affecting women. Now, the initiative of 2019 to amend the criminal code and foresee as a specific violence, the domestic violence, went in line also with the adoption of the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, to whom we've already referred as the Istanbul Convention. And this was adopted in our Assembly in 2020. What remains ahead is to actually, although being applicable law in our country, there's a need to harmonize the existing legislation in line with what the provisions of the Istanbul Convention foresee. As such, we've opened ourselves and requested the Gravio report on Kosovo, and we just received the final version of it this month. The Gravio report consists of an assessment of the legal and institutional compliance with the Istanbul Convention obligations, and serves as a guiding light to us also in terms of the initiative that we are already underway in amending the law on protection of domestic violence and violence against women. Now, another important reason as to why we face the phenomenon of domestic violence is actually cultural factors. Reports found that domestic violence is seen and tolerated as a socially accepted behavior, and moreover, justified by the traditional and patriarchal conceptions of the role and status of women in our society. Research indicated that a considerable majority perceived domestic violence as a private matter between husband and wife, and saw the victims of domestic violence as those that have contributed in some way to their victimization. Recognizing the severity of the phenomenon and these reasons behind it, our efforts have been channeled in order to ensure that legal, but also cultural and support service frameworks are strengthened with the capacity to provide an effective and victim-focused response to domestic violence. The suitable mechanism to deliver this goal was determined to be the Interministerial Working Group Against Domestic Violence, a working group which I chair in the capacity of the National Coordinator Against Domestic Violence, and a mechanism to whom Ambassador Nordstrom made reference when referring to the Istanbul Convention as the body tasked with coordinating efforts in addressing the phenomenon. Now, our Interministerial Working Group is a forum of discussion in which all relevant stakeholders are represented: government, non-governmental organizations, as well as international strategic partners. We all need to sit down at the table and deliberate on the situations in the situation with which are faced, but also challenges, and also discuss the suitable solutions, and then meet again to follow up on the implementation and the success of these interventions. Now, as part of the discussions in the Interministerial Working Group, we've drafted the 2022-2026 National Strategy Against Domestic Violence and agreed on 144 activities with potential to prevent domestic violence and improve institutional response in addressing domestic violence, that each stakeholder is to implement within a 3-year period as part of the action plan accompanying the strategy. An objective while drafting the national strategy has been to involve all stakeholders in the deliberation, enhance women's participation in the discussion, as well as ensure its victim-centered perspective. We face challenges to improve institutional response in cases of domestic violence. It is clear that failure of responsible institutions to take responsible steps to ensure victim safety and to investigate complaints consists on a violation of the fundamental human rights to life, as well as freedom from discrimination and that of health. Unfortunately, this is something our institutions are still struggling with, without being able to ensure a fairer and rightful way in responding to the reported cases of domestic violence. However, what keeps me positive and hopeful is the fact that there is will to find solutions, and there is commitment to adhere to these solutions towards their full implementation. And I believe that although these challenges lie ahead if we are consistent and timely in implementation as to what we've already agreed with each other. And if we continue these coordinated efforts and continue adhering in line with the WPS agenda and with the other institutional standards and best practices, that eventually we'll be in a situation where we'll be proud of ourselves in terms of tackling the phenomenon and we'll have less violence in our society. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Shala, and also thank you for raising at the end there how to implement strategies and follow up. And I think very much the theme of this panel is the follow-up on the conventions, the international commitments, the national commitments, and so on. You may have noticed that we moved sort of from the international perspective in our first three speakers to more of the regional, the Kosovo perspective in particular with Minister Shala, and it's a great pleasure now to turn to civil society, but you're not only civil society, you're also women and participants in this forum. So, Lulita Dumoli, the floor is yours.
Faleminderit shumë, faleminderit për ftesën edhe ndjej kënaqësi që sot jam në këtë panel. Faktikisht jam edhe emocionuar pak për shkak se jam një prej fonceve të Dubravkës në mënyrën se si na I ka spjeguar në për vite konventën SIDO. Para vitit 2010 unë kam përcjell përmes një projektit UN Women, kam bërë një raport në hije për Kosovën për implementimin e konventës SIDO, edhe gjithë çka kam kuptuar për konventën SIDO ishin pjesëmarrja në forume ku ligjërimet e Dubravkës ishin të hap pas hapi se çka është konventa SIDO, por edhe çka është me rëndësi. Nga ajo kohë e kam kuptuar që rëndësia e konventave, por edhe zbatimit të tyre është tejet e rëndësishme, dhe nga ajo kohë unë kam një zonë shoqëri, edhe gjithë e dinë që në çdo takim jam konventa SIDO, konventa e Istanbulit, ku është në këtë ligj konventa dhe jam bërë gati se e mërzitshme. Ndodhë për shkak që artikuloj në këtë mënyrë rëndësinë e këtyre konventave, nga njerë dhe mos ftohem, ose thjesht jam kam shumë dëshirë që ta shiqoj çdo ligj, çdo strategji, çdo program, çdo iniciativë në Kosovë në prizmin e konventave cilat janë pjesë e Kushtetutës Kosovës, konventa SIDO edhe konventa e Istanbulit. Jam mësuar ashtu, jo vetëm nga Dubravka, por edhe nga gratë aktiviste të shoqërisë civile, cilat me vite që nga fillimi I punës time, nga viti 2004, s'kan rreshtur për të kontribuar në zbatimin e këtyre konventave. Sot nuk janë gjitha këtu me ne, ka shumë gra të zonja, cilat nuk janë, por kontributi I tyre në zbatimin e këtyre konventave ka qenë I madh. Unë do të përmendja këtu në këtë panel, sepse nuk du t'i hinë hak, ish drejtoreshës sime Luljeta Vuniqit, e cila ka bërë shumë që këto dy konventa, por edhe rezoluta 1325 të implementohet. Duke marrë parasysh edhe gjithë gratë, po I shoh të gjitha këto gratë e shoqërisë civile, sepse kjo konferencë është edhe një farë validimi I gjithë punës së madhe që është bërë në Kosovë, bazuar në rezolut, në konventën SIDO, në konventën e Istanbulit. Prandaj unë mbaj anë nga gratë aktiviste feministe të shoqërisë civile. Për anën tjetër të shtetit ka kush flet, por jam falenderuese, jam e nderuar që sot jam në këtë mes të mi për të rasti. Por dëshiroj që të kenë za gjitha gratë e shoqërisë civile që të shprehin faktikisht jipet mundësia të tregojnë për kontributin e tyre. Diçka që kam mendu pak ma shumë dhe cilë në këtë panel nga ana ime dhe që kam pa në për vite është fillimisht me dhunën seksuale ndaj grave që ka qenë një kohë e gjatë e heshtur në Kosovë. Deri në pas luftës në Kosovë ka qenë një kohë shumë e gjatë që nuk është folë shumë hapur. Edhe kjo heshtje ka një ndërlidhje, edhe kjo heshtje ka lanë pasoja shumë të mdhaja të ne si shoqëri. Tash flitet, por është shumë e vështirë të flitet dhe të shash mas 23 viteve ku gratë e dhunuar gjatë luftës dëshmojnë datën, vendin e ngjarjes, edhe rrethanat në cilat ka ndodhur dhunimi seksual. Janë shumë vite dhe kur mas shumë viteve flitet, dikush duhet ta sjell veten dhe të dëshmoj se çka ka ndodhur sakt me të është një ritraum, edhe është një situatë edhe shteti jonë, po edhe shoqëria jonë nuk është se ka informacion ose ka qasje pak ma shumë edhe i një faktorët ose e shehat zinxhirin a kanë qenë të ngjajshme rastet e dhunimit, çfarë metoda janë përdorur kryesisht. Ne si shoqëni këtë dua ta sjell, kemi mungesë drastike të dhënave. Shteti shpesh shërbehet me dhënat tona, të ulëmtimeve tona, të analizave tona, neve si shoqëni civile. Ato janë të mira, por nuk kemi analiza të mjaftueshme, sidomos për faktorët. A janë, nuk po flas vetëm për dhunimet seksuale, sepse dëshiroj vetëm ta shënoj se sa e vështirë është, po flas për dhunën ndaj grave, dhunën në baza gjinore, dhunën në familje. Ne nuk i dim ende faktorët zyrtarisht, official pay, anës së shtetit, se cilët janë faktorët kryesor, edhe cilët janë rastet më të shpeshta ose si përsëritet dhuna, nuk i dokumentojmë mjaftueshëm fjalët se çka ndodh. Edhe kjo më pastaj e përcjell edhe një zinxhir të mos efikasitetit të programeve, strategjive, ligjeve, sepse duke mos e pas bazën, që janë statistikat, që janë numrat, ne më pastaj me vështërsi analizohen ose krijohen ligjet, ose krijohen dokumentet e rëndësishme. Ne nuk e kemi asnjëherë një bazë se si u implementuaj ligj, që të shkojmë me tutje në një ligj të ri tash që po shkojmë për dhunën në bazat gjinore. Ne nuk e kemi Akademia e Kosovës edhe institutet tjera nuk kanë të dhëna për dhunën në baza gjinore, dhunën ndaj grave, dhe kjo e dëmton shumë kauzën tonë për të rreshtu në luftën kundër grave. Ne si organizata sjellin dhënat tona, me këto shërbehen të gjithë, po janë me rëndësi të jenë edhe disa të dhëna, për shembull të dhënat e policisë, për të pa recidivistat, të dhënat e policisë të analizohen pak më shumë nga ana e institucioneve, po ashtu nuk kemi raport të Këshillit të Gjyqësorit, po ashtu nuk kemi një raport të Këshillit Prokurorial se çka saktësisht me rastet, po ashtu nuk kemi një raport nga enti statistikave, po ashtu nuk e kemi një raport gjithëpërfshirë mbi perceptimin edhe të ndërlidhur, po ashtu nuk e kemi një raport nga Akademia e Shkencave, nuk e kemi një raport për femicidin e Kosovë. Ne i dimi kemi 86 mbi afër 90 raste të femicidit dhe nuk i dim a kanë ngjajshmëri njëra me tjetrit, nuk e dim një gru që është vra, a kanë qenë, a është përdore njëjtë, a buron kjo prej mendësisë patriarkale, a kemi mbetje toksike nga ajo që ka ndodhur në Kosovë, apo reflektohet kjo. Ne kemi bërë së fund me një ulëmtim për ambasadën angleze, për cilën nuk kemi mujtë ta publikojmë sepse kemi bërë vetëm për ambasadën, tema ka qenë krimi edhe gender. Dhe kemi pa që ka mbetje maskuline në Kosovë të mëdhaja dhe cilat nuk janë trajtu. Ne nuk i kemi trajtu dhe nuk i kemi trajnu asnjëherë veteranët tonë për temat e ndihshme. S'kemi zhvesh petkun e asaj sepse është shumë e vështirë për një gru në Kosovë 20 vjet ta ketë një veteran të luftës dhe të jetoj me një veteran të luftës pa qenë i trajnum, pa qenë i informum, edhe këto janë ato mbetjet cilat mbesin kryesisht në familje. Nuk po flas, këto janë gjëra që ndodhin gjithë botën, sepse zakonisht është kundër argumenti që këto ndodhin gjithë botën, po unë kam interesim kryesisht për vendin tonë. Nëse flasim për perceptimet, ne kur analizojmë shohim që perceptimi është i lartë në Kosovë, mbi atë sa është dhuna legjitime edhe sa kosovarët e thonë. Po e sjell veç për një statistik, dikun 30% e kosovarëve mendojnë që burrat lindin për t'i rrejtë gratë dhe dikun prafërsisht është që edhe gratë një farë mënyre janë të predispozume me i duru burrat për ta mbrojtë familjen. Gjitha këto e bëjnë që ky mekanizmi ose zinxhiri mos tjetë në favor shumë të mbrojtjes së grave nga dhuna, por edhe të parandalimit. Për shkak të mungesës së të dhanave, ose për shkak fushatave ad hoc, ose për shkak që nuk është në prioritet ashtë sa duhet dhuna në nivelet e nalta, ne më pastaj kemi atë që kemi shpesher edhe një dështim për t'i mbrojtë gratë. Shumë gratë që kanë vdek nga femicid kanë qenë persona që i kanë vra këta gra, kanë qenë të njohur për shtetin edhe nuk janë marë. Nuk du të zgjas shumë, sepse kam kolegën time dhe mos të përsëritemi. Çka du të them që duhet të shoqënia civile, organizatat e grave që janë aktive në luftimin e dhunës ndaj grave dhe në luftimin e dhunës në baza gjinore, duhet të shihen si partner. Edhe duhet të jemi afër, duhet të punojmë ngusht, sepse raportet që do t'i nxjerrim më vonë për konventën e Stambollit, për konventën SIDO, duhet të na shërbejnë dhe të jemi bashkë, që të shërbehemi me këto raporte, që ta avancojmë në këtë luftë, e cila është një luftë shumë e vështirë dhe ka shumë përgjegjësi të mëdha. Faleminderit shumë.
Thank you very much, Lolita. And just to stress what I think you pointed out, that and since we have several of those activists in this room, I see at least a couple of them in the audience, that this discussion that we're having today would not be possible about the previous generation. And I look forward to hearing the next generation. And in a way, I think that leads also into Tiana's image. Are you the next generation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I would like to congratulate President Osmani and her wonderful team for organizing this event, as well as EULEX for inviting me to this panel discussion with these amazing, extraordinary women today. I would like to, as someone who was born and raised here, but also as a women's activist, from early on in my teenage years, I've learned about women's rights. I've learned about activism. I was still in high school when this resolution was adopted, and I've heard about it sometime after I graduated high school. It was in one of those events or trainings organized by feminist organization. When we talk about violence against women in general, all forms of violence against women, I have to reflect and go back to, before the war, when women in Kosovo were very educated, served in male predominantly jobs. They were engineers, they were doctors, they were teachers, they were military personnel, police. And then after the war, which is, the research indicates, the rise of masculinity once the conflict is over, so that those roles can switch and shift a little bit. But the post-conflict period also provides that space that can be used to integrate women in all aspects of society, in political, economic, and social life. Unfortunately, when peacekeepers arrived to Kosovo, that did not happen. Unfortunately, they came with a lot of stereotypes and prejudice, and believing that this is an Islamic state where women are following strict Islamic rules, that they're home takers, caregivers, that they do not want to be involved or engaged in any processes of post-conflict reconstruction in Kosovo. They solely basically focused on prevention of physical conflict between the Albanian and Serbian communities, and kind of just preventing from physical fights. That was in the beginning, that was it. Upon the adoption of Resolution 25, which unfortunately I wasn't a part of at the time, I learned about it later on, there was a strong feminist movement. Women reorganized really quickly in Kosovo. They were alone and had few allies here and there, somebody in OSCE or AMNIC, but that's kind of what they used to, as a voice to guide them and help them out get through. What I remember reading somewhere, Ms. Iqbale Rogova, who is still the executive of Kosovo Women's Network, when she talked about the meeting that they finally kind of got with the delegation from United Nations Security Council. She said, I printed out the resolution and I took it with me to the meeting. And when we got there, he said, well, we don't have to talk about negotiations. We can talk about women's issues. That's not something that you shouldn't worry about negotiations and the status of Kosovo. We can discuss women's issues. And I remember reading, she said, well, I pulled out that paper. I pulled out the resolution and I said, no, it says here that you need to talk to us about it. So that was the first time that the United Nations mission in Kosovo was really introduced to the resolution, when they were forced to talk about the resolution itself and what it states by women's activists in Kosovo. And everything that was accomplished really in Kosovo regarding women's rights was accomplished by advocating, lobbying, researching, documenting everything regarding women by women-led organizations, the biggest one, Kosovo Women Network. And even today, that's what I do. When I became an activist and professionally got engaged into this field, I ran into the similar situation as I read about Iqbal Rugova 20 years before that. And I was astonished, I was shocked. How can this be? I remember 3 years ago in northern Kosovo, in a Serbian community, where it was discussed for over a decade the lack of support services for victims of domestic violence. That one day, as a women-led organization that was providing services at the time and is licensed by the Ministry for Work and Social Welfare in Kosovo, the only licensed organization for support services in northern Kosovo. We found out randomly that AMNIC was going to fund a women's shelter, but the funds will go to the Minister of Local Self-Governance at the time and the local self-government office in Zubin Potok municipality. And that was a huge issue. When we addressed that issue at the meeting with the head of AMNIC Mitrovica office, it was Danilo Gonzalez, I think, Rosales. And we told him this is against the Istanbul Convention. This is against Kosovo constitution. It's unconstitutional. They said, well, you know, Istanbul Convention is not in a constitution. It wasn't at the time. And I said, well, actually, CIDOV is. And, you know, CIDOV kind of integrated Istanbul Convention through the General Recommendation 35. And it is your convention. He said, well, you know, there are things that just have to go through other avenues. And I was kind of disappointed, but not discouraged, but I was very disappointed and frustrated that 20 years later, after reading, you know, I mean, 20 years for someone that's 30-something is kind of like history. And to me, it seemed like 100 years and nothing really changed at that moment, because we still had the same exact mentality, the same exact patriarchal norms presented in the international community itself. When they arrived to Kosovo, they were all we had. They were the system. They were the system, and upon their arrival, gender-based violence has increased significantly. Sex trafficking has increased significantly, and it took years to appropriately address those issues. But while all of this was happening, it also contributed to the increased gender-based violence from the local perpetrators. Those norms changed and shifted to even more of those of ambivalent sexism. For as long as you fit within the role of patriarchal role, you will be cherished and you will be on a pedestal. The moment you want any of your rights, the hostility towards women is justified. And that's where we live today, in that kind of situation. The point is that I would like kind of to always emphasize in these forums and everywhere else is that there is a huge correlation between women in negotiation, gender-based violence, women in economy, and social affairs. There is a huge correlation between those factors and components. We can't work on gender-based violence and then not work holistically on these other things as well. And that's somehow always lost. And I am really, really glad that we have this forum today and that we are here today. And I am really glad to see so many amazing women serving in protection services as well. There has been a progress, but still, even today, we don't have women in negotiations. And prior to this forum, Mr. Lajcak received 3 formal emails from Kosovo Women Network to meet with women and discuss negotiations, and they never got any reply. And yet yesterday, Mr. Lajcak has arrived 5 minutes before his panel, kind of stormed through. I just happened to be in the hallway, stormed through really fast with a bunch of men surrounding him and protecting him from, I guess, women at the 1325 forum, walked in here, sat here upstairs, had his speech, and he was gone. But this morning I woke up to a Twitter statement by Mr. Lajcak where he said that his takeaway from this conference was that we need more women in negotiations. I was really happy that Mr. Lajcak acknowledged that, but yes, Mr. Lajcak, that's what we've been trying to do. That's what the resolution's been saying. It's not us women wanted to be there. It's the hundreds and hundreds of empirical research and case studies that indicates there won't be a sustainable peace achieved unless women are involved. So this thing of trying the same thing over and over again and failing by a group of men, it's not working. And it's time to realize and accept that and include women, not via Twitter status, not via 5-minute speech in a forum. We are disappointed, all of us, that women did not get a chance to sit down and talk to Mr. Lajcak, if nowhere else, at least at this forum. But nevertheless, we are not discouraged. We don't get discouraged. We just get frustrated and motivated to keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiana, and thank you for your comments also about the shall we say, the implementation. There are many questions have come up. I'm very conscious though of time and that we are literally what's between everyone and the lunch. But I think having the panelists here and those in the audience who are still patient enough to stay with us, lunch will be served, I'm told, until 1:30. I don't know if one can negotiate a little bit longer, or if there's someone who's prepared to forego lunch in the interest of this very interesting and useful discussion. But I would just like to cut to the chase, as the Americans would say, and give each one of you an opportunity to briefly sort of your takeaways, as we say also in modern English, in terms of any specific recommendations, anything that you heard from the other speakers or anything that you admitted. Try to keep it brief, but concretely, I do see still a big gap between what we have all solemnly signed up to in terms of international conventions, be it CEDAW, Istanbul Convention, UN Security Council resolutions are not exactly conventions. They're actually decided by the Security Council, which is a kind of a discriminatory body in itself, not having all members of the UN there, but be that as it may, it's very important. And it's very important for all of us and for Kosovo, given the genesis of this country, how it has come about. And I heard a number of references also to the international community's role, which has not always been helpful, and I would fully agree with that, based upon my own experience, not just from Kosovo, but from Afghanistan, where I worked 20 years ago, briefly, and many other parts of the world. So it's a big set of issues, but I prefer to leave it up to each one of you to make your sort of concluding remarks. So why don't we start and go this way? Start with you, or shall I go in the same order as before? I go from left to right.
Thank you. So I think in the end, it all boils down to who sits in the table. And in terms of sitting in the table, I can't help but think of Madeleine Albright's work and her legacy in terms of women's participation in the table, and also engagement in it as such. And I think it was quoted yesterday as well by one of the speakers, but I always think of a saying of Madeleine Albright's in relation to the policies being drafted or the decision being taken on women without their real involvement. And she goes with saying that nothing without us is for us. And my recommendation would be to be resilient and have the persistence to kind of seek the seat in the table, and on the other hand, live up to the moment once in the position to kind of push forward all the agendas that will kind of benefit women, but also that will benefit the greater good, because we've seen that women leaders have a fairly larger perspective in terms of the public good and the willingness to produce something good for the general public. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The Women, Peace and Security agenda, the discussion that we're having, is better off for being connected to issues of legally binding standards. And legally binding standards put flesh on the bones also on a WPS discussion. Why? Well, because governments are the ones who sign up, who make commitments, who are responsible and ultimately also accountable. And in the European context, now we've mentioned the Istanbul Convention, but there are other international commitments that governments can be made. And in the Council of Europe context, that would mean, for instance, a convention related to trafficking. Trafficking was mentioned by a few colleagues here, but also the fight against cybercrime, which has very interesting connections to violence against women as well. So, thank you.
I'm going to mention Hillary Clinton one more time. When she was Secretary of State, it was a maxim: that which is counted is what matters. What do you count? What do you count? So I hear you, and I think you're absolutely right. Get those data sets and get data analysts in the NGOs, and the government needs them too. And you have to start counting, because you have nothing, you have no baseline. You need a baseline so that you know where you're at with respect to domestic violence, rape. These are all domestic issues. Police, the police in New York City put out data all the time. It's publicly available, it's publicly disclosed, and that which is counted matters. And then the second thing I want to say, and I'm going to give a shout out to a colleague of mine in London, Dr. Kate Ferguson, who formed the organization called Protection Approaches. She wrote her dissertation on the irregular militia in former Yugoslavia and the destruction of Yugoslavia through those irregular militia, and it's entitled The Architectures of Violence. And I really believe in atrocity prevention now, and I'm actually doing collaborative work with her now, and we have done an analysis of the LGBT community and how we can prevent atrocity. These atrocities must, if we're proactive, and in policing, if you're proactive, you can actually prevent crime. And that's really important, one, in a domestic context. And two, as we all know about the Kosovo-Serbia border, potential escalation in violence in Bosnia as well. Atrocity prevention, I think, is really important. It's imperative. We have to really start thinking in paradigmatic ways about how we can prevent harm, prevent violence, and prevent war. I just want to say it. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You have mentioned gap between international treaties and realities at the ground, and this is something what we need to address. I would like also to commend Kosovo for including CEDAW Convention and Istanbul Convention into its constitution. It is really good example for some other states that have not yet ratified CEDAW or Istanbul Convention. But I am seeing also that this is a huge challenge in front of non-governmental organizations, women from all areas of life, and governments, how to really transfer, harmonize their national laws with international treaties. And here we need more exchanges. Here we need to spread this knowledge. What is really the content of CEDAW Convention? That CEDAW is covering also war situations, that there are gender recommendations coming from CEDAW Committee, that there is jurisprudence coming from CEDAW Committee, also from European Court of Human Rights, that there are connections between CEDAW and Istanbul Convention. And here, maybe just recommendation from Kosovo, when we were drafting Istanbul Convention, and I was also involved in this process, I was co-chairing the drafting committee for 2 years that developed the Istanbul Convention. That convention is very compatible with CEDAW Convention. 4 articles are same on gender equality, on due diligence, on areas that are really related to elimination of discrimination and violence against women, areas that are dealing with stereotypes, everyday stereotypes related to position of women and men in society, role with respect to raising of children and so on. This is all addressed there. So we are having compatibility, and Istanbul is going further down in details because Istanbul is very precise in terms of spelling out what are those obligations with respect to protection orders, risk assessment that should be done by police forces, number of shelters that should be present in a country to prevent violence and so on. So there is a really important to go deep down to see what are those implementation levels. And cooperation with non-governmental organizations is extremely important. When I have traveled around, I have seen the power of non-governmental organizations, how they're able to connect with governments and bring those issues back at the agenda. But we also need to look at international level, UN level. We need to focus on how all those bodies that we have established at the UN level, Security Council, General Assembly, Commission on the Status of Women, are monitoring implementation of those treaties. And here I am seeing a very weak point. Just before coming here, I have attended, I was in the room of Security Council listening debate on women, peace and security. And during that debate, almost in the introductions, no one mentioned CEDAW Convention. They were just mentioned, oh, there is no women at the peace table, those numbers are very low. But what about responsibilities? Why they are not included? So who is not inviting women at the peace tables if we have UN missions in different countries that are able to invite them and include them as participants? What we are seeing that could be a problem in this type of negotiations. So we have to go back also to see what is with Commission on the Status of Women, why we are not discussing situation of women in Afghanistan, situation of women in Iran. We are seeing those young women killed by government forces in prisons because they are not willing to have veil on their heads, and no one is acting. So we have to open the way to Commission Status of Women to discuss all those issues, to hear reports from Gravio, Istanbul level, regional level, reports from CEDAW, reports from non-governmental organizations, to open up those modalities that will focus on implementation and implementation strategies. And when I was Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, I have really focused on implementation side. So that model law that is dealing with rape in peace and war is summarizing what are standards there, and it is based on more than 120 inputs from different states. And in majority of them, there is impunity for rape in peace and in war. So, and there are state responsibilities to change those laws, to change those definitions, to change those procedures, how women are testifying during different possibilities. And I'm familiar with the issue because I'm coming from Croatia. We had rapes in Croatia during the war that were not seen, that were not denied. So in Croatia for 20 years, no one really counted that women were victims of rape. And they came out after 20 years. They were willing to speak. So they need time. They need to find in a personal life time when they will able to speak in a closed places, in a confidential settings, in order to receive those compensations that are needed. So we really need to follow up on those models and to see what is needed. And I hope that this conference and future that will come, because it was said that by Madam President that she is willing to continue, that we will really go into implementation side. That at the end we will transfer down those nice instruments, be it 1325, CEDAW, Istanbul, Beijing, to level of communities in order to really have gender equality between women and men. Thank you.
Nuk do e zgjas shumë. Vendet që kanë një përkushtim që me luftu dhunën sistematike, po dhe me zvoglu gapin mes institucioneve. Na e kuptojmë që gjykatat janë të pamvaruna, prokuroria është e pamvarun, ka institucione tjera që janë të pamvaruna, po ka edhe një gap që është shumë i madh mes krejt institucioneve të drejtësisë, që më letë hudhin fajin tek njëra tjetra, se sa tullën në një tavolin të përbashkët. Mesazhi im është ta zhvillojmë një dialog pak më të madh me institucionet e drejtësisë, duke fillu nga niveli më i lartë i shtetit, nga këtu ku jemi sot, nga presidentja deri tek niveli tek qytetari i thjeshtë, edhe deri tek policia atje që e ka rastin e parë. Mungon edhe është një hendek i madh për me e luftu në mënyrë sistematike dhunën. Faleminderit shumë.
I'll be very short. I would like to add to something that Ms. Shimonovich was talking about earlier, about the implementation and the importance about implementations of these conventions and resolutions. We have the resolutions. We have comprehensive resolutions and conventions, and in Kosovo particularly, we have them throughout our law, and those are not aligned. They are being aligned right now. However, if we don't have full implementation, it's just a piece of paper. And unfortunately, throughout the world, there hasn't been implementation of especially 1325 and its sister resolutions. And I would like to conclude my speech at this panel by partially agreeing with Mr. Lajcik. I do agree we need women in the negotiations, but we really don't necessarily need them on Twitter and other social media. We need them at the table, and that I will take the freedom to speak for all activists, that I really, really hope that he will check his emails and acknowledge women's activists in Kosovo and meet with us. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Just a few very brief remarks from my side. I cannot resist, and that is, as a rule of law mission here, our mandate has very much evolved, as I think many of you know, from more executive to today a monitoring mandate. And I cannot help but to observe that the monitoring of these conventions, I think, is essential. And we actually do that. That is part of our mandate these days. In part thanks to President Osmani, who helped to organize this conference. And I can recall that she started talking to us and many others about it well over a year ago, but then there was the pandemic and so on. And she then wrote into her letter to the EU High Representative, Mr. Borrell, that she wanted the EU Rule of Law Mission, EULEX, to focus, among other things, on the follow-up and implementation of the Istanbul Convention here in Kosovo. And we've been doing that. That's one reason we sit here today, actually. That's certainly why I sit here and why we wanted to sponsor this panel. And I couldn't agree more that it is about practice. It is about what happens on the ground. But this framework of international binding conventions, as you said, and the UN Security Council resolution as well, of course, gives leverage. But without action, without activists, without civil society holding authorities such as us also account, and I think there's some soul searching to do for the international community, be it the UN, EU, NATO, whoever, in terms of not just here in Kosovo, but elsewhere. And the kind of guidelines and his staff properly trained, it's rather terrifying to hear from Tiana that, and I've heard this before, that actually sexual violence and so on, domestic violence increased after the arrival of international peacekeepers. But it's not just here in Kosovo. I'm sure you're aware of a number of cases worldwide. And the sort of stereotypes and so on. The culture of silence, the previous panel dealt very much with transitional justice, and that's not our subject here, but I cannot help but observe that there is no statute of limitations on war crimes. So even if it happened 20 or 25 or 30 years ago, it is still a crime. And I also have to add, given the last panel's observations, which I only heard in part, that actually this mission, although I was not part of it, was the first to pursue rape cases as war crimes cases in 2014-15. But in terms of the statistics and data available, I'm sorry, at the time, it was not proper keeping of this. And one final point in terms of the data, and I couldn't agree more with Professor Domi, that data, collect the data. This is something we are helping the authorities here to do, but it's very much in the hands of the Kosovo police and others in terms of your day-to-day reporting. That's why it's so important, the reports you do. And that's why it's so important to have this protocol also in terms of sexual violence, that you follow what is the information you should collect. We issued a study, a report on this summer, which President Osmani also came to. And she, in fact, was very interested, and we had discussed it. I discussed it personally with her already a year ago, on the handling of rape cases here in Kosovo. And there's still a lot to be done. And please don't take it as a criticism of Kosovo. I think it goes for all of our countries, all of our places, including my own in Sweden, where we still have rape cases. And we will never be able to completely eradicate this scourge. But by having clear, systematic guidelines, and everybody knows what kind of evidence, including forensic evidence, do you collect, and this victims-centered approach that we heard a lot about as well. I'm going a little bit outside the scope, but I really appreciated all of you panelists for taking the time, in particular those who have traveled far, but also for the Kosovo panelists. I think you have somehow managed to bridge the gap between these international conventions and the practice, the reality on the ground. So thank you again, and thank you to those in the audience who were patient enough to stay.
Please take a short break. We will meet you here in 15 minutes.